Yo, what's going on, guys? Happy Sunday, man. Happy Sunday. I try to tell you guys, man. I try to tell you guys. The boy is not that good. The boy is not that good. I was trying to tell you, man. The Mexican G, El Pachuco. I like Virgil too, man, but the reality is that he's not that good, and he better stay away from Bud Crawford. Bud Crawford would knock him out. Right? Madrimov would destroy Virgil. Virgil's too sloppy, man. And it's understandable. You know, you have to understand is he hasn't had a real fight in his career since Mean Machine. That doesn't mean much. A name like Mean Machine does not hold much weight in the sport of boxing, right? Mean Machine has never been a champion, and he actually quits. He's an 8-round fighter. Then he starts to gas out. Anyway, going back to, it's expected that Virgil look the way he did because, again, he hasn't had a real fight in a really long time. He hasn't had a real fight in 2024, right? Knocking out Tomás Dolorme, a guy who's been out of the sport for 2 to 3 years, does not help Virgil Ortiz. And the guy that he beat earlier in January, Frederick Lawson, and whatever that kind of premature stoppage that it was, is not going to work and help Virgil Ortiz when he gets into real fights. He fucking lost last night. 8 rounds, 7 rounds to 5, plus those 2 knockdowns. I will say this, though. The first knockdown, right? Virgil was dominating Bohachuk, and then he gets suddenly dropped, right? He's getting back into the rhythm of the fight, whatever the case may be. But so let's say Virgil's dominating. He gets flash knocked down. So now it becomes a 10-8. Virgil closed the round so good, right? Because just like how he started, he ended the first round amazingly. I can give you a 9-9, 10-9 Sergey Bohachuk because he scored the knockdown. You know, if you don't want to score the 10-8. Regardless, Bohachuk, Sergey, as a champion, should have continued to remain such. Yeah, man. Again, this is what happens when Virgil doesn't have real fights in his career. And I was trying to tell you guys, man, he's not a champion. He did not beat Sergey Bohachuk. I don't want to shit on any of them because that was an amazing performance from both fighters. It was a pleasure as an outsider looking at this amazing fight. But usually these Arturo Gatti-like fights, right, with Mickey Ward, when you step them up there against a guy like Floyd Mayweather, in this case, a Bud Crawford, a Madrimov, those mediocre, or not mediocre, but those tough, decent, average boxers get destroyed by the true pugilists of the sport. Virgil would get knocked out by Bud Crawford and any of those top fighters, okay? But that doesn't mean that we will never be entertained by Virgil. It's just that he'll most likely be another Jaime Munguia. That doesn't mean that he won't be a millionaire or lucrative or 2-time, 3-time division champion. It's just he won't be a pound-for-pound fighter. And that's okay. You see what I'm saying? And that's okay. Now, it's not okay for Virgil because he expects greatness. But when he is not true to himself and being real when he says, oh, man, I wasn't hurt. You know, those knockdowns, man, they were slipping. You know, when he talks like that, it's like, no, bro, I know you probably weren't hurt, but those were legit knockdowns because they were caused by a punch, and then you had a reaction to say that. Hurt Virgil, just like Bohachuk, were hurt multiple times in this fight. It was, again, as an outsider looking in, it was an honor and a pleasure to witness what I saw last night. I still got to watch Angelo Leo versus El Venado Lopez. I was telling y'all Angelo Leo was going to win. I just didn't think it was going to be in that manner of the fashion that it happened. Like, that was, oh. I mean, Angelo Leo is a really good fighter. You know, he's very technical. He's got good skill. He's got good pop. He ain't got sleeping power like that. Like, come on, bro. To flatline, you know, We're not necessarily talking about an Oscar Valdez type of puncher, but possibly Angelo Leo is that Oscar Valdez out of New Mexico. What a pleasure, man. What a pleasure watching that fight last night. Virgil Ortiz and Sergey Bohachuk. It was really good. But again, man, if we're going to cry that they robbed Lomachenko versus Devin Haney, imagine if Loma had dropped Devin Haney twice in that close of the fight that they had, and they still rewarded the fight to Devin Haney. That's what they did to Virgil Ortiz. I mean, that's just the reality. Virgil was pieced apart. But it was great, man. You know, also, I'm going to say this. Virgil's a little dirty fighter. He hits a lot of times behind the head to Sergey Bohachuk, behind the ear. Okay, now there's a lot of trainers these days teaching their fucking fighters hitting, throwing that forward and hooking it behind the head. All right? I've heard that trainer Ben Davison teaches fucking young fighters that. And I'm sure Robert Garcia, I don't forget, Robert. I don't forget that shit that you guys were making fun of Freddie Roach's Parkinson's disease with you and Margarito and fucking Brandon Rios. So I know if they're willing to make fun of dudes that are handy capable and disabled, then I know what kind of piece of shit that I'm dealing with. So I know Robert's doing that type of shit and he's on that type of time. With that being said, Virgil lost last night, you know, and it doesn't behoove me, or it doesn't, I'm not shocked that he's teaching Virgil these illegal tactics. Look, at the end of the day, this is a dog fight. This is a fight. I get it. I get it. You know, but just like Virgil Ortiz is bald and he's putting his head between Sergey Bohachuk's guard to break through because he couldn't break through with straight 1-2s. He has to use his bald head to land those uppercuts. That's also illegal. But again, when you have that black ref in Harvey Dock, the same ref that gave all of those pointers to Devin Haney over Ryan Garcia and deducted all those points from Ryan, again, I know what type of people, I know what type of time that I'm on, you know, and that's just the reality. Look, man, those are strong-willed opinions, but you guys, you can't say that I'm wrong. You guys cannot say that I'm wrong, you know, but it'd be like that. But salute to Virgil and salute to Sergey Bohachuk because that was a brutal fight. It was a very tough fight, a very fun fight. Again, from an outsider looking in, that was an amazing ability of willpower, you know, never back down attitude. That was, again, one of the only fights of Virgil's career that he's actually been in a real fight. Again, a lot of people are expecting Virgil Ortiz to knock out Sergey Bohachuk because Brandon Adams knocked out Bohachuk, and Brandon Adams ain't necessarily a big puncher. Does that mean that Virgil isn't a big hitter or Brandon Adams hits harder than Virgil? No, it just means that, I mean, if you guys actually saw that fight, Sergey Bohachuk was dominating Brandon Adams. But, you know, a young Bohachuk got caught with a left hook in the flurry of his combinations. Boom. And then Brandon Adams landed a hellacious left hook, and Bohachuk was never able to recover. Right? In this particular instance, like I was telling you guys before, Virgil hasn't been in a real fight in a really long time, and you can't name me one great fighter that he has on his resume. All of that finally came to fruition last night. But he still, I guess, you know, on paper, passed his test. And I got to ask you guys this question. Are you guys a believer in Virgil Ortiz? Do you think that he's going to amount to the hype, the Mexican-American hype that a lot of Mexican-American fans give Virgil Ortiz, right? If you guys can say, yeah, then all right, Virgil is your guy. You know, I'm not necessarily going to put that crown on him because I wouldn't buy a lot of stock on a guy whose health has or continues to have long COVID, rambiosis, and things of that nature, right? It's not going to happen. You know, I'm not trying to set myself up for heartbreak. I already did that with my boy Ruben Villa. Not just fucking around, guys. Fucking around, man. Chill, relax. Don't shoot the messenger, man. I'm just, you know. Happy Sunday, right? Let me see if Speed and Drew hop on. Maybe they have a different take. But that's the way I saw the fight go, man. You know, I didn't necessarily think it was that close of a fight, honestly. I thought Bohachuk won 7 to 8 rounds plus 2 knockdowns. You know, all judges had the fight close. You know, obviously but I thought everyone had it 114, or two of the judges that gave it to Virgil, they had it 114 to 112, which means it's, if you add up all the rounds, they have Virgil winning 8 rounds to 4. That's crazy to me. Or 7 rounds, like that, like, make that make sense, right? Because 8 to 4 gets you 116 to 112. You deduct those 2 knockdowns, you make it 114 to 112, right? So 2 of the judges had Virgil winning 8 rounds to 4. I mean, I must be fucking blind, but I didn't see 8 fucking rounds to Virgil. All right. You can say that Virgil won the first round and he got dropped. So you can make it a 10, a 9-9 round. But let's just say, for simplicity, it was a simple-minded sport. So let's keep it that way. Bohachuk won that round 10-8 because of the knockdown. But obviously Virgil completely dominated it. Anyway, so let's just say first round is 10-8. And I think in the 7th round, Virgil gets dropped again. That's another 10-8. If you look at in between, Virgil only literally probably won a few of the early rounds. And then from like 6, 7, 8, 9, Virgil lost all that, plus a knockdown. In the 10th round, Virgil decides to start being the outboxer and throw jabs, which is probably what he should have been doing the whole night. And he won the 10th, probably, I think, the 11th, and then he lost the 12th. Or got beat 11 and the 12th. Like, they're doing this, like, I didn't think this fight was close. Most of, and you can see from the evidence of their faces as well. Virgil was cut up. There was a lot of inflammation, plus the 2 knockdowns. Both of them were hurt and wobbled multiple times, both guys. And Sergey Bohachuk's face had a lot of redding, right? It was a lot of red, but it was mainly blocked, almost all of them, on the gloves, except the uppercuts and then the liver shots. And then, of course, the punches behind the head from the dirty tactics of Virgil Robert Garcia that he's teaching his fighters. This fight wasn't close, man. You know? And if you think that Virgil easily won this fight, that he deserved to win this fight, then you're setting up Virgil Ortiz for failure when he tries to unify with the other champions. The other champions will probably demolish him. You know, it's only going to be a matter of time. Damn, I got some faulty ass internet right now. It says I keep losing connection to the host. I'm gonna see if Drew and Speed hop on. They're the ones that wanted to go live. But honestly, that's all I really got to say. I have not watched the other fights on Top Rank, so I can't really speak on things that I have not seen. So I can't really talk about Angelo Leo and Venado Lopez. But I will say this. I wasn't expecting Angelo to do what he did to Venado. I expected him to win, but by decision. I thought if there was a person that was going to knock out Venado, it was going to be guys like Espinoza, Brandon Figueroa, those fighters. Yo, what's going on, Addy Medi? Happy Sunday to you, brother. 911. Hello, yes. I like to report a robbery. Let me highlight that one, bro. Absolutely. I mean, how'd you see it, bro? Because I saw a robbery as well. So, you know, yeah, I feel you, War Speed. I haven't had coffee either, but I made myself some amazing tea, the manzanita with lemon and honey. But I decided to make a big mistake and pop like 40 sunflower seeds in my mouth, so can't even talk properly. But yeah, man, I had it a robbery as well. That was a highway robbery. And again, I saw it as a draw. Ortiz 7-5, and then 2 knockdowns made it 113-113. Yeah, man. I mean, I can give you that. I think that's fair. So by that notion, Sergey Bohachuk remains a champion. But I agree. I can give you that. I mean, 7-5, 8-4. I had a Bohachuk plus those 2 knockdowns, but you know, I don't think Ortiz won that round or won that fight to become a champion at all. Warp Speed. That was like 30 minutes ago, bro. You said you haven't drank coffee, but you said that 30 minutes ago in the text group. You sleeping on that, man. But yeah, that's all my 2 cents. Unless, like I said, Drew and them hop on. I don't really got much else to talk about. Football season's right around the corner. Golden State. Steph Curry dominated the last 2 games, the semifinals and the finals for USA to win gold. I'm a happy ass camper right now. Like, I feel so good right now. Like, hell yeah, dude. Winning gold medal. Steph Curry doing his thing. Shooting those threes like vintage back in 2011 against OKC. We were down 3-1. Woo-hoo! You can't top that. I don't think Ortiz is ready for a Bud, though. He's never been ready. I agree. He's never been ready. He hasn't been ready now. He hasn't been ready since. And then, he's a decent fighter, and when he starts to gas out and his power don't penetrate the bigger opponents. Guess what? His face is exposed. His hands drop to his waist, and that's because the reality is, much like Jaime Munguia's career and Zurdo Ramirez, they haven't fought real fights. Golden Boy does a great job of putting their fighters to get knockouts, which is great to sell to an audience. But when you put them in real fights, they don't, exceed expectations. Zepeda's a different animal, though. William Zepeda, you know, that's different. He's actually had a really good career. Bohachuk gave Virgil a free facial reconstruction. Yeah, dude. Nose is busted. Left side of the face is swole up. Got a fucking cut right there and a gash. Oh, dude. He was, oh, yeah, man. I mean, you said it best. It was reconstructed, you know? Bridge on the nose. I mean, that's a real fucking fight. I thought Virgil, I'm not going to lie to you. I thought Virgil, I expected Jorge Bohachuk to win this fight, but I thought it would be in the way of KO. Again, Virgil has only had 2 rounds in this year. That have been fake fights. Tomas Dolorme, like 2-3 months ago. I mean, that's not even a real fight. The dude's been, retired for 2 to 3 years. Frederick Lawson, I mean, you're going to stop the round in the first round because what? His back is up against the ropes, I guess. Adi Medi goes, I tried to stay awake to watch the Lopez fight, but I guess he went to sleep earlier than me. Damn, dude. I had to watch that fight. I was interested in watching Delgado fight, and I was interested to watch the Venado versus Angelo Leo fight. But, dude, I'm not going to lie. While you went to sleep a little earlier, or that fight ended a little earlier before your bedtime, I was out there catching Lugia on Pokemon Go. Yeah, dude, me and my girl and a couple of my friends, we went to the mall and just, we're tearing that flying legendary bird, bro. Fucking classic. Oh, someone's here. Someone's here. Had to. Oh, my goodness, bro. What is with your profile picture, bro? What are you doing? Oh, he opted out. I guess his coffee isn't ready. I saw your fire chicken you caught too. That's my favorite bird, bro. I fucking love Moltres. Yeah, dude. I love Moltres, bro. That's my favorite bird. Out of like the 3 legendary birds, Articuno and Zapdos, Moltres is my guy, dude. My fucking flying phoenix is legit. Hey, Adi, do you play or nah? I started using it 5 months ago. So when I downloaded it, I recently got a smartphone. I was carrying a dumb phone the whole time. And I was like, you know what? I guess it's time for an upgrade. So I've been using that app as an exercising app, And yeah, man, that's pretty much, I got these puppies. So I started walking the brother and the sister about like 2 miles every day. And I have not missed for 5 months. Every single day, Monday through Sunday, for 5 months consistently, I've walked and I've used that as my app, my exercising app. So I just feel like I'm just killing like 3 birds with 1 stone, literally. And honestly, it's been great. It's been great just to like a rehabilitation process to get back into like really grinding out and trying to get back in shape. You know what I mean? Yo, Speed, what's up with your profile picture, bro? You're killing me, man. Yo,
Yeah, no, I guess that's how I look when I put on one of those filters, man. Uh, Instagram filters. I don't know. I guess that's the way that I look, or something like that. No, just kidding. That's not me. I don't know who that is, but there's this funny video on Instagram where there's some dude, which is that guy right there, who's coming down elevators, and he's like acting like he's taking like a little selfie or video of whatever himself. But there's people in the background, and he's got that filter, so they all look like him, but in their own faces, in their own bodies, and everybody's like getting all upset, like, what's this guy doing? So I don't know. That I just thought that was funny because everybody was getting you know carried away with that whole conversation about did a trans transgender uh individual, did he just win gold, being a man, transitioning to a female in order to win, so I just wanted to have a little fun, just talk, bring that up right there with a funny image, which has nothing to do with Imani Khalif, or anything like that, right? But I just thought it was funny. How you doing, homie Ricky?
yeah, man, I'm doing pretty good. We went to the lake yesterday, or the river, over that big surf. So, you were there, man. So I'm exhausted. My body's had to do a quick little turnaround, and my body was extremely sore. Back was
Mm.
sore. Traps were sore. So, you know, it feels good, but yeah, my body feels extremely dehydrated. So I'm just in the little recovery phase right now. Eating salad, drinking fluids, just to just to make sure I'm fucking awake and feeling good. But yeah, man, how so yeah, let me ask you this, man. Did you drink your coffee?
Well, so I like my coffee cold. I don't like my coffee hot. So even if I make coffee right now, I have to wait for it to chill. So I usually make my coffee the night before.
Hmm.
And it turns out that at some time in the afternoon yesterday, I made a pot of coffee that I didn't finish. So I just went over there and looked to serve myself. And I guess I'm not the only one that likes coffee. I guess little fruit flies like coffee, and I had to
Oh,
pick through all of those little. Well, they're little fruit flies, They're just. I think for the most part they go through food that's going through fruits in particular, that is going through putrefaction and molding. I had a couple of I don't know if they were blueberries or raspberries, but they were going bad and they had a little bit of mold. So I think that's the reason why there's all kinds of little critters going after them. Well, they found themselves into my coffee, so here I am just poking through them, and I'll be sharp and awake pretty soon, homie.
gotcha. Right on, man. Yeah. Hey, saludos, Abner. Saludos, Adi. Happy Sunday to you guys, man.
Oh
But
yeah,
yeah,
happy
let
Sunday,
me
guys.
oh yeah, so it was the raspberries, man. I think ya se estaban echando de perder. Like, they have a relatively quick shelf life. So if you don't eat
Yeah,
them immediately, like boom, they're pretty much done. Let me ask
boom.
you this, man. We'll get straight to it since I didn't watch a lot of the top rank fights, so I got a lot of catch up to do. I was watching the basketball game, Team USA versus France. They won gold, but this boxing channel, so we just keep exclusively boxing for more or less. All right, Virgil Ortiz, man, the one of the fights that I did get to watch in its entirety. How did you see it, man? What are your thoughts on that fight? And are you a believer in Virgil? Were you impressed with what you saw? And you think he's the real deal Holyfield?
So in the case of Virtual, I liked a lot um, of what I seen last night. I saw that he can switch up the game plan and stick to it in order to win, right? In order to win. Now, does that mean that I necessarily had him winning, even though he had switched up his game plans, even though he had a plan A, plan B, plan C? Um, well, so I had to watch that fight twice, right? The time that you watched it, because you were out killing like Pokemon or something like that. I had just watched that fight. It was channel surfing, hopping back between ESPN and the Zone, right? And I got to watch both fights, but I missed a couple of rounds, right? I think it was the another round or something like that, because I was going back and forth, or I missed 3 rounds or so of Virgil Ortiz versus Sergey Bohachek, because I was watching the Nolfo Delgado, right? So Long story short, when I first watched the fight, I started in the third or fourth round, right? And what I saw sitting there with my father and my mother, who was napping around, in and out of slumber, what I saw was a fight that looked very competitive. It looked very, very close,
Yeah.
but I wasn't keeping count of the rounds, right? I was just like, okay, it was so close a fight that I had to just give it to the person, in my mind without keeping the score, who looked like they were dominating. And in my opinion, it's quite simple, right? If your punches make the guy go back and the punches start to have some consequence, in other words, you hit the guy and then he starts to shell up or he starts to retreat or his legs wobble. If we have it like that, then of course initially I had Virgil Ortiz barely eking by the rounds. Now it got very interesting when at the start of the fourth, they stopped the action in order to say that a knockdown had taken place on the first round that favored Sergey Bohachuk. Now, mind you, remember I missed that round. I missed one, two, and I guess I hopped on three because that's on the fourth is when it started, so I was in the third, I guess, and and that made it very interesting, right? Because now I had to pay a little more attention because they stopped the fight, guys. Listen, I know it's happened at some time. I know I must have missed a fight where they did this, but they stopped the action at the start of a round to say that 3 or 4 rounds prior, Virgil Ortiz had been dropped down where it accidentally had been called
That
a
was weird.
slippage. Huh,
That part, yeah.
oh,
What's up,
who,
man?
huh,
Why you
who's
always like
there?
that? Can we just have a normal introduction? No, I'm just kidding.
This guy right here.
Yeah. Now, what's it called? Yeah, dude, that part was like confusing a little bit. I was like, I knew it was a knockdown just to begin with, but I was like, dude, like I had put some money on Serhi, right? And yeah, bro, I was like, I was impressed with both guys, honestly. Like these guys knew each other so much that they brought a little more fire. And fucking Virgil, man, every shot was hard. Every single shot was hard, and I was like, okay, this guy can hang. If one thing he told me is that he told me that he can hang with the 154 pounders. There is levels to the 154 pounders, but I think he kind of belongs up there, just because of who he is as a fighter. And I was quite impressed with him, but I was also not as impressed, just because he was getting hit a lot, and the fact that you get dropped, and it was a clear drop, right? There was no slippage. He lost his footing. That's what it was, and he needed to get on the knee. But it was so quick that it didn't even feel like it to him. So I see what he's saying. But it's a knockdown's a knockdown. Second one, he admitted he was like, "Yeah, for sure, that was a knockdown." Um, so yeah, sir, he's just is just a good fighter, man. Props to Virgil because this guy's not like no slouch. He belongs in the upper echelon of 154 pounders, and that's because of his volume. Um, and yeah, bro, I was like, yeah, they stopped that shit, and I was like, please don't tell me they're correcting their wrongs, and they did, but which is good, But it's like, man, you guys are way late, And one of the guys in the corner said, no review, no instant replay like was needed initially, And I was like, man, okay, but I didn't know you can do that. I thought it was like a Vegas thing. Oh no, this was in Vegas. Yeah, never mind. So yeah, so they could do that. Yeah, because in other states they don't have that. But in Vegas they do. So I think that was like a new thing that they implemented.
Yeah,
But yeah,
but maybe it's a new. That's something that we have to look into, guys. Right? That really is something that we have to look into. The reason for that is because from now on, going forward, if this is something that these promoters, these sanctioning bodies are wanting to do mid-fight, then in every other fight that we see something that may look like a knockdown that is questionable, we should expect this kind of consistency, right? We should expect that going forward, if there is any
Oh,
controversial
yeah.
knockdown, slippage, or whatever, that they review it. But Dream, and good moral to you, sir. In fact, I should wish a good moral to everybody here. Adi Medi, good moral to you, brother. Thank you very much for hopping on this here live. Thank you for your comments. My amigo Abner Ortega, thank you very much. Good moral to you. I hope you are well of health and sane of mind. Um,
Yeah,
the
the
the thing I wanted to say when we were
yeah.
discussing this, right? Between the homie Ricky and I, Dream, is that I said that the reason why this happened is because Turkey Al Sheikh, His Excellency Turkey Al Sheikh, had to have direct involvement in that, right? Remember what happened before the fight. Before the fight, like again, when Turkey Al Sheikh is present, they stop the fight. They interrupt, one fight between the next, and they give him the microphone. And he talked about the future plans for Virgil Ortiz should he win. Now, do you guys remember what Turkey Ali Sheikh said would happen if Virgil Ortiz won?
Yeah, he said, what's his name? Terrence Crawford.
Terrence Bud Crawford, guys. He addressed the whole Canelo back and forth. He talked about the future plans for the sport that he has, right? He was a
Didn't he
little more
show?
humble.
Didn't he show a little bit of some communist traits? Like this guy was this guy was just what he was with Oscar De La Hoya, and Oscar De La Hoya also said Tim Zoo. He said Tim Zoo,
Uh-huh.
and he immediately shut that down. And it's like, bro, you don't even supposed to play your cards that way. Like you're supposed to say yeah, or like he instantly said no. You know, and I was like, bro, like like even if that's like even if you're not gonna negotiate that fight, I mean, just let it be, like just let people wonder. But he's
Yeah, no,
immediately,
you're right. No, you're right. That's a
you know,
very, and in fact, guys, here's the thing about Turkey. Look, look, that
Turkey.
part, no, that part, everybody, man, my parents know Turkey. Now they know him by Turkey. They know him, I guess, in all these Spanish news channels. Everybody keeps talking about Turkey and Canelo. And they're like, is that Turkey? 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 And they don't even say it with like a giggle. They're just like, that's a real name now. It's not a bird that you stuff on Thanksgiving. It's Turkey.
but that's who he is, bro.
No,
But
yeah.
that's
What, a
just
turkey?
no.
Everyone's gonna feast.
Well, you know what a turkey
Yeah.
The
is, right?
turkey
Oh, that's
feast.
true. That's true. What is it, Dream?
Well, turkey's like pretty much like one of the handlers, like those guys that wear the the shit like this. Like I know he's like Muslim and all that, but like
The
he's
turban and
also
the
like
gown.
not like he's part of like their government, like
Yeah.
they're considered turkeys. Like he's not the only turkey. It's
Yeah.
funny to say though, because we used to call each other that. Hey, turkey, what's up, turkey? When we were kids and shit. But yeah,
No, no, no. So that is actually very intriguing that you bring that up, Dream, because he did. He was that direct. He
yeah,
did shut down that talk, right? And the
yeah,
funny thing is, you have to ask yourself, why was it Oscar De La Hoya, the Golden Boy, who offered up the name of Tim Sue, right? Tim Sue versus whatever, right? They were talking about Virgil, they were talking about Crawford, and Oscar De La Hoya, instead of promoting his own fighter, he said, and there's Tim Sue. And I thought, okay, in what context is he saying that? And is he saying that like in case Crawford doesn't take on Virgil, you can always take on Tim Sue? Or was he saying, or Tim Sue versus Virgil Ortiz? But it doesn't matter. Any of the combination of those fights seems intriguing to me. What I found interesting is how Oscar De La Hoya was the one to initiate and bring up that name, which to me makes it seem that either Oscar De La Hoya is still not interested in directly bringing up Virgil Ortiz to take on a Crawford, and he would prefer maybe another very action-packed, exciting fight that anything could happen in, which is Ortiz versus Tim Sue, or maybe he's just saying, look, when Turkey is involved, the
Well,
sanctioning bodies and the promotions, he transcends that. In other words, when we talk about boxing and the presence of His Excellency, we have to be realistic and say any names
well,
matter going forward, because it doesn't matter. We're gonna get our chance at some time.
Tim Zoo is actually under PBC. So if you
Uh,
think about it, that's Al Heyman. He's not trying to work with Al Heyman. That's really what it's all about. Tim Zoo's a real good fighter, is just who he's owned by, pretty much. And yeah, that's why they don't want to work with that guy. So I think,
but
yeah.
wasn't Angelo Leo PBC fighter?
Uh I don't know.
Angelo Leo's been fighting on Pro Box. He's a Pro Box fighter. No, actually, I don't know who he
Oh
is.
wow,
Yeah,
I
he's a
think you're right.
yeah, he's pro box. So
But
then
I don't know if
now
Pro Box actually has fighters. I think they're just like a
free
like a
agents.
broadcaster. Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't
they're
know if they actually
what they
like manage and promote. And well, they do
yeah,
promote obviously since they're an outlet, you know. But I don't think they
pro
actually have
box.
like a stable of fighters.
Pro box, they're their own contractors. It's kind of similar to PBC. Every single PBC fighter is their own contractor. You know, they manage their own business in a sense, but that's what it is. They're free agents all the time, so they can go in and out as they please. And that's what pro box is. Why pro box is cool, because they'll give people like Angelo Leo an opportunity, because I believe he lost his belt to Stephen Fulton. So he didn't have a belt. He went back to pro box. I think probably they offered him more or something like that. But yeah, he's always been in the rankings, you know, right next to Ruben. You know, I
I
keep
mean, I
seeing.
think he didn't Angelo Leo only lose to Stephen Fulton
Yeah, I think he lost again, or I
and to
might be
Brandon
wrong.
Figueroa, or he beat Brandon Figueroa and then lost to Stephen Fulton.
No, he never fought Brandon Figueroa.
Oh, Stephen Fulton beat both of those guys.
Yeah,
Oh, okay, yeah. All right.
yeah.
Well, so again, guys, going back to that whole Oscar De La Hoya bringing up Tim Sue on his own volition, right? What I'm trying to get at is this: in the presence of Turkey Al Sheikh, everybody acts different, right? Because they're deferring to him. In other words, they're bowing down to him
It
and
feels like
not
it.
trying to force anybody. Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, Oscar De La Hoya, he willingly brought up Tim Sue as a name that could be fought for Terence Crawford and or Virgil Ortiz. That's very interesting, because what promoter ever does that? What promoter, let's just say Mr. Bob Barham, right? His other excellency, Mr. Bob Barham would say something to the effect of, "Oh well, if if they don't want to fight, I don't know who does he have? I don't know, like Brian Norman Jr. They can always take on Tim Sue or Xander Zayas, right? Who would do that? He has no vested interest in in anybody other besides. Well, Xander Zayas is a top ranked fighter, but let's just say like any other 154 fighter, right? From another sanctioned body, Tim Sue. He mentions Tim Sue himself. Why would he promote? Why would he aid and abet the career of another fighter, not his own? And Oscar did that. Why? Because they're accepting what Turkey says. Let him decide. We are lucky if we get the chance, right?
Yeah,
And I've never seen that humility from Oscar. Oscar, in fact, wasn't he just a couple of days ago calling Canelo a piece of ish, like in Spanish or in English? I don't. He was calling him a piece of
yeah, but
shit.
that's that
Wait,
these
hold on. I think you guys are deviating. So what does this all have to do? What are you guys trying to get at, man? Like,
Oh, what I'm
where you
trying to
guys
get
going
at
with
is
this?
this. What I'm
trying to
trying
get
to
at you,
get at
bro.
is this. Turkey Al Sheikh was likely directly involved in that decision yesterday to review the tapes. Why? Because Turkey Al Sheikh did promise Virgil Ortiz would get Crawford at big Turkey money should he win. But I don't think he's just interested in names taking on names. He's interested in winners taking on winners. You see what I'm saying? And if for some reason or another, Sergey Bohachuk had won last night and they were robbing him, then he would have been upset, and he may not have liked to have set up Virgil Ortiz versus Crawford, because yesterday it seemed like he wanted the best fighting the best. right? Yes, we
Time
did
out.
sense.
Time out.
Time out.
I
Time
get
out.
what
You're wrong. Why'd you say
no no
you're
no.
wrong?
I get what you're saying, but you're putting Turkey on this fucking pedestal like he's God and Almighty and he's unflawed. Oh, he's the one that paid the refs, so they can review that, or pay the commission to review that knockdown because it was a knockdown. No, dude, this
One
is the
hundred
same
percent.
dude, Turkey Al Sheik,
Kidding.
Blood Money Oil. This is the same dude, Turkey Al Sheik, that gave us Tyson Fury versus Francis Ngannou and robbed Francis Ngannou because he wanted the big fucking names in the big fights. Fucking Tyson Fury versus essentially Anthony Joshua, but Tyson Fury versus Alexander Usyk. You mean to tell me this dude is pure? That he was the one that somehow had an influence, an invisible hand, right? In the world of economics, where he sticks his hand in the cookie jar and says, dude, you guys got to get it right. That first knockdown, you guys have to count that on the scorecards. Come on, bro. This is the
No, no,
same
no, no,
dude.
no,
Whoa,
no,
whoa, 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 whoa,
no,
whoa,
no, no.
whoa.
So
Listen,
look,
listen. Wait. That's what you're saying. And this
yeah,
is what I'm trying to
I
wait,
actually am. I
hold on,
actually am.
Let me
Oh,
repeat some of
am.
these comments. Let me repeat some of these comments. And I
man.
agree to the Mexican G. I'm very glad that Canelo isn't bowing down to him because Oscar's bowed down to him. Everybody is kissing Turkey Al Sheikh's ring. You're doing the same thing too. Oh man, he's infallible. He only wants winners. Bullshit, bro. This dude got his hands on boxing. Let me
Wait,
calm
wait,
down.
wait, wait.
I'm
You
being
see, there
very
you go.
emotional.
No, no,
I'm,
no. Now
I'm
you
being
calm down
emotional.
because
I'm
you were
being
gonna
emotional.
contradict
Let me
yourself.
calm down.
No, no, no. You were gonna
Listen.
contradict yourself. Let's go with that.
No.
You right
I'm
now
not
just
going.
ended. You
Wait,
interrupted your conversation. Wait up, wait
wait.
up, wait up. That's
I
funny.
didn't
You
interrupt. I
interrupted
said
your
timeout.
conversation. You
I
wait
said
up. You
timeout with your
interrupt. Wait up.
sidebar.
Wait up. Wait up. This is funny. You interrupted your conversation. This is why you want to stop me from speaking because you said he has his hands in every cookie jar. You just ended your conversation with that after saying that I was wrong because I was
No, that
insinuating
doesn't
he
even.
had his hands in everything. That's what I
No,
just
listen.
insinuated.
That's not what we're talking about, though. That's not the point of the topic that at
It's never
hand.
the point,
You're
huh? It's
saying
never the
that
point.
Turkey Ali Sheik is such a clean ambassador of the
Nope.
sport that he
That's not what I
only
said.
wants winners, which is
Nope.
why we've never seen such a thing 3-4 rounds delayed of an annulment of changing a scorecard or a knockdown via repetition or instant replay. And I'm saying there's been precedent before, but it
Yeah,
usually takes the next round over, not 3-4 rounds after the fact. But
exactly.
you're trying to put Turkey on this pedestal that he only wants winners and not necessarily names. So
I
it
didn't do
doesn't
that,
matter
Steve.
if
You
it's
did.
Virgil versus Bud. Hold on, you guys talking all nonsense, and I'm gonna give you guys a real spiel. Turkey, bro.
Oh,
Okay, he's not.
Listen
He's
to this
all
guy.
for the shenanigans. Okay, when Bud
you
Crawford
sound
was
like
about to
Turkey right
fight
now.
Madrimov, and before the national anthems were seen, to represent the countrymen, this dude was talking about Canelo Alvarez. This dude only wants the names to the Mexican G's point of view, his propaganda. That's what he's wanting to do. This dude is known for giving Logan Paul and whatever these fucking Jake Paul dudes' names are, all of these fights in Saudi Arabia. That was his breakthrough in boxing. Then there was more fuckery fights with Francis Ngannou's. I told you, a guy against guys who skip the line to get title shots that they don't deserve. Why? Because he's only interested in making the biggest, baddest men in the world. Okay. Now, as for Drew's point of view about why you guys bringing up Tim Zhu or what the hell happened to the fallout and all of these things, that's very interesting. What I like about Turkey is that when he gives out interviews, he'll give you some information, not necessarily all the details at hand, but yeah, don't put this dude on a pedestal like he's the best
No,
thing since
no, no,
sliced
no,
bread.
no. No.
Hold
You
on.
got me
Yeah,
confused. This guy is insinuating that the only reason why they overturned the knockdown yesterday, last night, was because Turkey Al Sheikh wanted it to, because Turkey Al Sheikh is a good guy. No, no. Turkey Al Sheikh wants things done his way. Doesn't matter if it's good or bad. He wants things done his way. And if he has access, right, to a phone, which he does, and people are sending him all of these little videos where they're like telling him, look, Turkey, Virgil Ortiz got dropped in the first round. And he's looking at that. All he has to do is point to anybody. I assure you, he could point to Oscar de la Hoya, who he was likely sitting next to. And he could be, look at this. Look at this. And he doesn't have to say nothing. He doesn't have to say, I want you to go across over there and tell the refs. But it's implied that he's saying, look at this. And what is Oscar De La Hoya gonna do? He's gonna be like, "Gulp, I know what he means by this," and then he's gonna bring up a fuss like, "Hey guys, let me let the judges review the tape on my fighter, my heavily promoted favorite odd fighter, who is supposed to win tonight, so he could take on the biggest fight in boxing for the most money against Terrence Bud Crawford, because Turkey Ali Sheik said so. And if I don't kiss his butt right, we might miss out on that." It doesn't take much when Turkey Ali Sheik looks at you and he says, boom, boom, boom. I assure you, everybody's gonna fall in line like everybody has been doing so, except for Canelo, Saul Santos Alvarez Barragan, and Tank Davis, and everybody's gonna do what he says without even doing nothing besides winking. If you don't get that, homie Ricky, if you don't get how Turkey Ali Sheik can manipulate the sanctioning bodies and fighters' careers and promoters and managers, all because he said so, then you're wrong, buddy. You are wrong.
So let me, before we get to that one, let me read some of these comments, bro. These shits are so funny, bro. Hold on, bro. I don't even know where to start, so I'll just start. I'm not gonna go too far back, but they're hilarious, bro. Let's start with. Uh, yeah, dude. I don't even know where. This is fucking funny, man. Adi Medi goes. I'll start right here. They announced the 3 potential opponents for Canelo in Japan. First
Yeah.
was Crawford, but then that would be a big fight in the U.S. David Benavidez, but that also be a big fight in the U.S. Iman Khalif, now that would be good. Abner
I,
goes, salute Ricky, Speed, Dream, and Chat. And then you're talking about raspberries and mosquitoes, and Adi Medi goes, extra protein. Let me scroll down. The Mexican G goes, man, Virgil looked horrible, and I vouched for him on the last live. Abner Ortega goes, they used the replay, and that didn't favor the house fighter. At least, but they took too much time to explain. Virgil versus Crawford would be a good scrap, in my opinion. Adimedi goes, the funny thing was
yeah,
that Oscar
I
realized
agree.
that he kept avoiding Ortiz versus Bud Smoke, and finally he caved in with a span of 5 minutes. Tim Su is no longer part of the map, says Turkey.
Huh.
Whoop Steve goes, buen dia, amigo, to the Mexican G. Adimedi goes, some comments don't show up from me. I didn't even know the Mexican G said that until you blasted it on the screen. I'm glad that Canelo isn't bowing down to him. Hey, you know when you say Santos Alvarez Barragan, that's like when
Yeah.
Skate Bayless calls Tom Brady like his full Thomas Patrick Edward Brady the third or some shit. Like, why do you
Yeah.
guys
Oh,
do
is that his
that?
name?
You
That's
guys are some
hilarious.
ass kissers, dude. YouTube is very soft, and they must find what I'm saying is offensive. Pro Box is my
Mm,
promoter. We did sign a 3-fight deal with Top Rank, but things have been great since we signed with Pro Box. Angelo Leo. While
yeah.
you guys were tuning in to Turk Al Sheikh, I was over here thinking, did he defile his religion but not wearing his drapes? Dude looked like a regular IT guy. He did have that. He just had a regular black shirt.
Yeah,
I
Yeah.
didn't
and
even
you
see
know
that
what?
comment.
So I'm not too sure if you guys became privy to this, guys, but it seemed like, well, I believe you guys were because we were watching the event live, right? But when Turkey Ali Sheik went and spoke before the masses in Los Angeles last weekend, they started to boo him, right? The people were booing him without even knowing who he was, right? Because for the most part, we already know the ignorance of the American boxing fan is legendary, right? So Turkey Ali Sheik goes up in there. He's making some of the biggest fights happen. He's bridging people's promotions. You have Mr. Frank Warren, Mr. Eddie Hearn, chummy chummy handshaking and playing all these games between themselves as friends, not as enemies, as friends, all because of Turkey Ali Sheik. So when people show up over there, guess what happens? They start to boo him loudly, guys. Now, I tell you, why would they start to boo a guy that's only making that event that took place last weekend, one of the greatest, best stacked cards in the history of American boxing? Why would they boo him? Because of his garb, because of his drapes, because he looks like the guy that people continue to think is responsible for what took place in America about 25 years ago, right? The toppling of the twin towers in the city of New York. He
I don't
looks
know.
like a Saudi
That's
Oh
terrorist.
far,
shit.
bro. That's
Oh
far,
No, he
damn.
bro.
looks.
That's far,
That's
bro.
You
why
getting
he
deep,
looks.
bro. You
Look,
getting
I'm
come
deep.
on.
sorry. No, I'm
Uh,
sorry. He looks like a Saudi
look,
terrorist,
like
but he's
honestly,
not, right?
honestly, I'm like
Whoa,
as
whoa,
a
let him
box.
cook, Drew. Let him
Go
cook.
ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
Well, so that's the only thing, guys. Because mind you, when he filled up that place last night, putting on Eminem after he just recently released a new soundtrack. In fact, he released a new album, which I think is like mediocre. But then again, if whatever, right? We're not gonna go there. But long story short is this guy is responsible for one of the most chock full of equally matched fights, very intriguing offerings that America has been presented to in my lifetime, and people boo him all because he had on a tablecloth for his head, right? On his head. Now, I don't say that with any kind of derision. I don't say that with any kind of offense towards my Muslim Saudi Arabian brothers. I say that to be completely honest. The optics of a man that had on a tablecloth on his head
But Roy Jones
after
Jr.
we
does that too.
continue after we continue to every year reminisce about the Twin Towers, which was an inside job, Yes, the Saudis were involved.
Relax there, Michael Moore. Relax there.
Okay, long
Keep
story
cooking.
short,
Keep cooking.
they
You're gonna
booed
get
him
clapped.
because he is a Muslim. They booed him because he is a Sunni Muslim. That's the only reason. Not because they know him, not because they hate him, not because they don't like what they're about to watch. It's because of how he looked.
All right,
America
30 Man Khalif.
is a
Pause real quick.
racist country that does
So
not
then this
respect
is
the people that are supporting our sport.
so this is possibly why, to your question, Adi Mehdi, why Turkey was wearing not his drapes and he was wearing, just a regular black shirt is maybe because he was booed. And what Iman Khalif here in the chat is saying is correct. Like people still have that view. Like this is a Christian country, right? Christian nation allegedly, but now whatever. So I'm not gonna say my crazy shit, but it is what it. But you guys get what I'm saying. So maybe that's pretty much why Turki Al Sheikh wasn't wearing his turban and his gown and his drapes and stuff like that because he
Did
wanted to
he?
blend in and feel quote unquote American or be Americanized to Speed's point of a little history back down to the Twin Towers. And I don't think it was 25 years ago. It was 99. I thought it was 2001.
2001.
Okay, I was about to say. Let me read a
Did
couple of
he?
these comments before
No,
Dream
no, no, no,
starts
no,
to
no, no.
cook.
Yeah,
Wait, wait,
yeah.
wait, wait,
I
wait.
want. Okay, okay. I wanted to hear what Dream wanted to say, but anyways.
While you guys were turning into Turkey Al Sheik. Oh no, I read that one. Turkey won't be in boxing too long. He'll be like the rich spoiled kid that gets bored playing with his toys, and he'll go find some other toys to play with. No diddy. Turkey is all about instant. It's fucking funny, bro. Turkey is all about instant gratification. When you have billions, you get bored easily. Trust me, I know about that.
I know nothing about that.
Oh, I don't. Oh, I know nothing about that. Turkey did not wear his usual garb as last week the Americans were booing him and called him names because he was Saudi.
Oh,
The zone
see,
has been
better.
using Abner goes. The zone has been using the instant replay lately in their fights. Recently, I saw another fight where it was used to clarify. Oscar De
Okay,
La I'm not going to allow a foreigner to come to the West Coast and take over boxing.
and that's what he did.
Also, Oscar, do you have an extra large size shirt? Last night when Turkey was giving out t-shirts, the Mexican G goes, "I
Man,
wouldn't trust Turkey. He's up to something, man. Dude, you guys are
That's what I
too
was gonna say
fucking
right
funny, man. All right,
the cl-
Dream, cook, bro.
the
You
the
go.
the clarity of Coke withdrawals. Go Dream.
now. All right. Yeah,
Yeah.
dude. Yeah, and they wanted to point that out too, but I was like, I kind of doubt it. I think Oscar was just kind of like walking, treading lightly, and he wasn't trying to like say anything offlandish on live television. He was just working with whatever Turkey was saying on that shit because he was like deflecting that Tim Zoo shit, and he was like, "What the fuck?" Okay, and then he was like, "Wanna? All right, we're gonna make this fight happen. Fuck it, whatever you say." But yeah. Anyways, what's it called that when Mexican G says what's his name, Turkey's like up to something, bro. I think he's up to something, bro. And this is the thing, bro. This is the thing. Are you interested in UFC just as much as you're interested in boxing too? Like like are you interested in golf too? Are you interested in all this shit too? Like, I think I'm tapping into like the political side of it, but
Mhm.
I'm just more focused on boxing, right? Like,
Yeah.
I'm questioning that. Like, are you really into boxing? Because there's no way in hell somebody there's a dude named from Canada. He's bald. Arwani or something like that.
Oh
Oh
yeah,
yeah, yeah,
Ariel
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hawani.
Yeah, I like him. He's good, right? There's him. He's an exception, right? He kind of he didn't really force himself into the boxing scene, but he was originally I remember him since the UFC days, bro. Like he was like their main interviewer guy, and then he kind of went into this boxing world and he's done a great job. Like he knows fighting, right? But how many people are into UFC just as much as boxing? I think it's like one or the other, bro,
But why
And
why do you bring that up?
because I think he has a bigger plan, bro. I think he's trying to water down this I think he's trying to crash this economy. I think that's like the bigger plan, but
What?
it's kind of I
But
know it's
how
kind
do
of out
you
of
how
our
do you
handbook.
how do you think that? Like, what do you think his influence here, making big fights, overpaying these fighters, is going to crash the economy?
Because they're raising their wages that we can't match, and then once he's done with that fund, like they're done, like he's not gonna pay us anymore, and then next you know we're like fuck, like where do we get those rich guys again? Because it's not gonna last forever. Like he's only temporarily doing this. Like we got to look at the long run, and we got to see if this is feasible. Because I mean we're gonna take this money though. Like as a boxing fan nation, whatever you call it, like we're gonna take this money. But he has a bigger plan in sight. Like there's no way in hell you're gonna be, uh, like there's no way in hell you're that into boxing and UFC at the same time. You know?
Well, not just that though. Remember, this guy created a bunch of soccer stadiums as well, and he's got
Yeah.
like Formula One racetracks. Like, what he's trying to do is he's trying to make the money that he has with oil, right, and petroleum and Saudi Arabia and all of this thing. He probably has trillions of dollars. Let's just say that, right? So what he wants to do is essentially he wants to. I'm not gonna say Americanize his country, but revolutionize his world. And what he's trying to do is make all these connections, political, social, economical, and he's trying to bring the biggest stars and the biggest names and the biggest sports and these attractions so he can make these connections with these networks and establishments. He can either learn their ways or maybe they can team up so he can boom his nation in return.
Right.
That's what he's yeah, that's the simplest form. But
Yeah.
amongst that, I'm sure that there is a grand wizard plan behind all the. You don't just put up so much money because maybe you do. Again, I can't speak on this because obviously I'm not rich like that. But I'm not just gonna just spend a bunch of tons of fucking money and make other people rich just so I can just watch some good old action barn
Yeah.
burner fights.
Exactly.
No, to your guys' point, there is a fucking master plan. What is that
Yeah.
master plan? I don't necessarily think it's to crash a market. You know, he is pumping a lot of, if you want to look at it, a lot of heroin in these streets, right? And
Whoa.
then once that happens, you get everybody fucking induced on it, and then boom,
No, well,
right? But
look, ladies and gentlemen, let me explain this. All right, as the person that's the no, really, as a person that's the biggest or was the biggest proponent of Turkey Al Sheikh and his involvement in the sport of boxing, the person who's done the most research on this gentleman than all of you guys, probably everybody here, I can tell you that it has nothing to do with whether or not he is a true fan of the sport as much of the sport of boxing as much as he is of UFC and WWE and golf and NASCAR. No, he really is a fan of the sport of boxing. Everything else is just secondary. It's
And
all
maybe he's just
business.
rich, right? Maybe he's just fucking rich
No,
and he has no purpose and like he's just trying to find his purpose in life. Imagine
no,
living that type
no,
of life.
no. It has to do with making his nation great again, right? What I'm trying to get at is this: Turkey Al Sheikh, he has this very personal involvement in his own nation by trying to introduce sports to the Saudi Arabian world, right? He's trying to bring sports and all these other forms of entertainment in a, you know, slow drip, watered down version for their fan base, or better yet, not even the fan base, for his own people, right? So if you guys don't know anything about Saudi Arabia is a country replete replete with oil reserves, right? In fact, their economy is about 90% based on the oil that they sell to other nations, right? But of course, we know that oil is a rather finite element, right? And it will eventually, maybe hundreds or thousands of years or whatever, if people continue to use it up, maybe it'll run out, right? Or it'll make it up somewhere else. We'll find more. But as far as Saudi Arabia doesn't just want to be known as a desert that has a lot of oil. They want to be known for something more than that. They want to be known for being a nation that has strict laws, where people are obedient, where people are civil, and now where people don't have to travel the parts of the world in order to be entertained. See, here's the thing, guys. Saudi Arabia is a very beautiful country, but those rich people that get their subsidies because of the petroleum reserves, because a lot of those people over there are super rich because I think the government provides money back to them on account of the oil that they sell. Those people are bored of their own country. So you see the Saudi Arabian civilians traveling the world over. They go to Italy, they go to China, they go to Mexico, they go to all these other places to see the things that they won't see in their own country. So Turkey Al Sheikh sees the people dissipating out and going to visit other countries, which to him seems a type of humiliation because he's so proud of his own nation that he doesn't understand why people would like to go elsewhere to be entertained. So he's bringing entertainment to them. He's bringing athletics to them in order so that his people can be content living there in their own nation without trying to pursue the outside external world that they consider to be corruptible, that they consider to be full of sin, that they consider to be likely inferior to them, right? So all Turkey Al Sheikh is doing, guys, it's quite simple. He's trying to be a great leader for his nation, and he's trying to build up their economy not through oil reserves now, by other means. He's a great leader, guys. It's quite simple.
Nah, yeah, you might be onto it. Yeah, you're correct, bro. I mean, these guys have big ass houses and they have lions and fucking Bengal tigers as pets, tamed since they were kids. Yeah, I get you. So you might be, it's probably that simple.
I
Like
want to
you
run
and
with that.
Adi Medi State, they're probably bored and they have a bunch of toys and money that they can buy.
Yeah.
And fucking, hey, this is what I'm gonna do with my fucking spare time. But I'm gonna say, I have to ask you a question though, Speed. Is if he's trying to do this for his people, then
Mhm.
how come he only allows the one percenters to attend these boxing fights? You have to be
Well,
Cristiano Ronaldo, Conor McGregor, and all of these, and his people aren't even allowed to attend. You and me can't even fucking buy a ticket, bro. When he
He's trying
hosts
to.
these
I
fights
think
in
he's
Saudi
trying.
Arabia, so what good are you doing if you can't let the common folk, the average Joe like myself, attend these fucking
Yeah.
amazing events?
I
yeah,
think
yeah. Okay.
I'll run with whatever Speed is saying, bro. Like what you said right there makes the most sense to me. I just, give it the side eye a little bit and like kind of question it. But yeah, go ahead.
No, no,
What were
no.
you
So no, that's a great point, homie Ricky. That's a great point, Dream. We'll address the other thing that you talked about, which is the connection between Turkey Al Sheikh, boxing, and UFC. That's or MMA. Let's call it MMA because UFC is just a promotion, right? But that is a very intriguing way of looking at it. Why is he getting involved? Well, again, we go back to the same question of power, right? Right now, the only reason that Turkey Al Sheikh wants to get involved in UFC, MMA, and stuff like that is only to prove to Canelo that he's more powerful than him. Straight and simple. That's what it is. He wasn't even involved in Noche UFC at the Sphere. Not until Canelo rebuked him, like what's her name says, rebuked him in the name of Jesus, right? So Turkey Al Sheikh has gotten involved with Noche UFC and Dana White just because Canelo said no to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be involved. But he's going to start being involved in the biggest events, guys, only as far as he can put the stamp of Saudi Arabia. Why? He wants the world to see the stamp of Saudi Arabia in the biggest sports because he wants to promote their country. He wants to promote the visitations, the travel to his country from the foreigners. Instead of the Saudis traveling out, he wants us to travel over there. Now, let me ask you something, guys. Are you guys interested in knowing more about the Saudi Arabian folk when you guys see Turkey al Sheikh, when you see him, speak and make some of these biggest fights happen? When you see the land, the images of the background over there in Saudi Arabia and Riyadh, do you guys have any interest in going to see those people? I'll be honest with you. I've seen a lot
No.
of imagery. I've seen a lot of imagery of Saudi Arabia, and it looks wonderful.
I would go to Saudi Arabia, I just not to see people. I would want to see what there is to do out there because
Yeah.
it does look like the next Vegas type of thing. But like I am a little worried about the weed laws because I want to smoke weed out there. And yeah,
Yeah, let me read some of these comments before you guys start cooking again. Adi Medi goes, Coke withdrawals. It's like McDonald's workers getting paid $20 an hour. Something important that Turkey said before when he was beefing with Canelo was, therefore, I knew he was wasting our time and making excuses with big amounts of money that can be paid. Can be paid. I thought you had billions, my guy. A sneaky motherfucker by adding Ziyad Allah Akbar to the Crawford Madrimov preliminaries.
Yeah.
Best I can do, Canelo, is a holographic mint condition Zapdos card. Yeah, that's when I was giggling, bro. That shit was funny. And I think here, the Mexican G goes, Turkey is trying to infiltrate America by recruiting the biggest stars, the biggest boxing stars to the Muslim world. He's sneaky. So there's some reason that, I don't know, like right here in my StreamYard, I can see much more comments. Excuse me. And I can't see them right here on the YouTube chat, which is kind of interesting. I don't know. Maybe the Mexican G's using keywords that YouTube is like, hey, man, this is hate speak. But I'm going to highlight the comment because everybody gets a voice here. Yeah, no, man, you guys draw some very interesting points. You know, when we talk about the sphere of influence, it doesn't just pertain to the United States and
The Mexican.
what? I have no interest ever in going to Saudi Arabia. The bitches got to stay covered in those curtains. No thanks.
Wow, hey, guys.
The Mexican G goes,
Wow.
he's using a VPN. I don't know why on YouTube it blocks the Mexican G's comments, bro. Did you block the homie, the Mexican G? What y'all doing? This is weird, man.
I'm seeing a lot of comments. I haven't seen any that seem to be blocked, and
Yeah,
everything
it's
that.
weird.
So I can read all the ones. Let me know, Mexican, if you actually don't see something. But I'm seeing quite a lot.
Refresh my
it-
memory speed. Sorry, bro. I didn't mean to cut you
Yeah.
off, but refresh
No,
my
you're
memory.
good.
You said that Turkey Al Sheikh wasn't involved in Noche de Mexico for the
Noche
and
UFC.
it was only after that he beefing with
Canelo.
Canelo that he was like, okay, I gotta make this big again, or like what
Yeah.
the like really?
Yeah.
I thought he
Yeah.
was always involved.
So
That's how they got the
n-
connects to that
no,
sphere.
no. So remember, right?
No
So this is
shit.
initially what happened. Okay. Uh, the rumors were that Noche UFC Dana White was going to select that date that eventually Canelo went with, right? I can't remember, September whatever, right? The same Canelo weekend, right? And UFC decided to skip out on that date. It was like a 2 day skippage, right? Like they said, oh, we're just not going to do it. And I think maybe even the Boxing Boys or somebody like that made a report about it, or they talked about it. So that's when we knew for a short period of time that the UFC did have some trepidations about going head on, or at least had some respect for Canelo, that they would choose to change the date for the next weekend over or something like that. But then all of a sudden, UFC, Noche UFC at the Sphere in Las Vegas is back on track, the same date with Canelo, and lo and behold, who pops out his head from the robes of Saudi Arabia? Turkey al Sheikh. And he says, we're going to take on Canelo. He says, we are, right? He includes himself as part of the UFC talk. Now, again, Turkey al Sheikh is that type of person that he can include himself as part of the UFC in the negotiations. I haven't delved too much into those affairs because I really don't care, right? Because I didn't want it. We had a lot of time. We still have another month or so before we get to that date. We can probably start addressing it soon enough, though, guys. That's why I didn't really delve into it too much. And also because I was like, at the end of the day, not a lot of people were gonna buy this Edgar Berlanga fight because everybody seems to be complaining. Not that they're jacking off and masturbating and doing all the Mexican gestures, that kind of stuff. Now it seems like people are interested in it. Now that Canelo speaks in English in a hilarious, feminine way, but nonetheless, Turkey Ali Sheikh is, if not mistaken, responsible or partly responsible for why Noche UFC is going on heads to heads against Canelo. After it was chosen by UFC that they were not going to go head on. And all of a sudden, that's the way I remember, guys. Maybe I'm wrong. I know I have a famously bad memory, but that's the way I remember it, guys. Turkey Ali Sheikh set up the fight versus Canelo, and he said, we're going to eat him. He said, we're going to fucking take all of his money. We're going to make people, I don't know, stream it, you know?
Yeah, that's good.
Interesting, interesting.
Yeah, and it's funny because they're happening the same days, so it's like all right, ma, I'll see you later. Yeah. But yeah, no, it seems like they're like definitely like competing with each other, and it's been like that for a couple months, man. It's crazy how they hear about these events going on, and then they're like, "One what? I want this fight to happen the same day as Canelo's." I don't think they wanted it that way specifically. I think they just wanted it for the Mexican Independence Day, but Canelo still went for that day, even though UFC had a date. And that's probably why Turkey was like, fuck, man, why you gotta do that to my to my fight, so yeah, they're probably trying to work with each other now, or Turkey is more than anything. But he showed his how he talks to people, in these interviews, bro. Like, he doesn't mean no harm. It's just who he is as a person, bro. Like they're really straightforward, and they expect people to say yes to money, and that's what probably ticks off Canelo, to the slightest bit. But yo, I wanted to bring up something in the fight. Is it okay if I switch it up?
Yeah,
All
go
right.
for it.
So okay. So you noticed in the Virgil Ortiz fight, right? Versus Boachuk, right? So you noticed Virgil Ortiz. I'm still thinking Virgil Ortiz is struggling to make weight. I still think so. You know why? Because
Mm.
did you guys hear plenty of times throughout the whole fight he was blowing out his nose? Did you hear that?
Yeah, bloody
Blow,
nose.
yeah.
No, he didn't. He wasn't bleeding through his nose.
He's bleeding everywhere.
No, but like he, but he was, but even when he wasn't bleeding, he was just like blowing out his nose. Like it sounded like only one nostril was working, type of
Yeah,
thing.
maybe he was congested. You know what I mean?
Dude, I'm telling you, bro. Like, if he has to move up again, then there's no way in hell he's gonna be able to keep up with these guys.
But
That's why.
what are you getting at though? Like, what do you mean? Like, so you're associating that
Yeah,
he had
it's so
fucking
hard.
boogers and he can't breathe because
Yeah,
he's too
it's
big
all
and can't
about
make weight?
it. Yeah, because when they ask you, they don't ask you how is your weight. They ask you how do you feel. And if I hear some kind of congestion, bro, then that means like you're not normal. Like, you're not to your fullest health. So I think he's still
Mm.
having trouble, bro. Just me from my experience, from the multiple times that I lose weight and I get sick. you know and
Well, I'll
Mm.
say this: Virgil did look big at 150. Like yesterday, he's very wide. He's very wide back, right? And
Yeah,
like, so he looks big. Like, I think he would look really good at middleweight. Like if he were to fill out properly. But
yeah.
I thought he looked well sized. I didn't really see him.
I'm not saying
I
40%
almost think
though.
to myself, like, this fucking dude, got lonjita. He might even drop still down to 147 if properly, but
Yeah,
154, he looks good.
but
He looks strong,
but I wasn't
except
I
that he
wasn't saying
tires
how.
out because he just fucking loads up on so much power. It's like, bro, touch this dude. Boom,
Dude,
boom, boom. But
you
he's
could
like,
even see him twist. You could even see him twist his neck, bro. Like, that's how much fucking power he tried. Like, that's how much
yeah.
effort. You see him, he just
Yeah, he
turns
has
his
to chill
palm.
with that. Like,
Yeah,
he's trying to do, throw. the whole fucking kitchen sink and every single punch is like,
Yeah,
bro, you got to realize that, like, yeah, we know you hit hard. Yeah, it's
yeah,
amazing power, but you got to set up your punches. You know, a lot of those punches, Bohachuk just has to tighten up and roll with the shots, and it's block, and you just exerted so much energy, and essentially it was on a wasted punch. Like, you got to set up traps, or you got to punch in between and things of that nature. And that's where Virgil's like, nah, I'm gonna hit him so hard that he's gonna do is block. Is like, nah, bro,
yeah,
relax,
and
man.
like on Virgil, bro, like honestly, that's who he is as a fighter, you know. But he needed, you could tell he was really trying to hurt him, and he was like putting so much effort. And then you seen him switch it up. I forgot to bring this up. You seen him switch it up in the, I forget which round, the eighth, ninth, or 10th. I forget. I didn't drink yesterday just so I could watch it clearly, but I was I was actually double mirroring my laptop. I was watching Top Rank and the Zone.
Yeah.
So I was like on both sides, but like I seen Virgil start to box. Like he was
Yep.
Yeah,
boxing.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
He was starting to box towards the later end of the fight. And I was like,
Hmm.
I was impressed with his
Yeah.
ability to do that, yet I
Hmm.
wasn't impressed with his boxing ability, you know. But he was executing, and he was executing the game plan correctly. It's just, that's just, you can tell that wasn't his style. But for him to do something that's not his style to win a fight,
Yeah.
that shows me IQ, you
Yeah.
know. And
I agree, Dream.
yeah, but it's still like one of those things where like yes, so many things that are fixed that need to be fixed, you know. But because one thing you can't teach is the dog in you, and that's what he has. He has dog in him, so you can even
yeah.
see
That's
fucking dog.
Virgil's strongest. That's Virgil's strongest asset is that
Yeah,
dog in him. Is like when he get dropped, he immediately wants to get it back. So
yeah,
that's he's always gonna be fan friendly, and that's why he
yeah,
said in the post fight interview, like, I do pay attention to the comments, and they do get in my way because I want to please the fans. I want to. So that's
Yeah.
awesome that he says that. But I'm gonna say this: he needs to tune up. Like, dude, bro, he's got to fine tune a lot of the things, especially on his defense. When you said to that point when you were like, oh man, I didn't even know that he can box with his hands down like that. Well, it's because he was gassed and his
yeah.
punches and arms were super heavy that he had him to his side. Bohachuk in the 11th round was popping him with 1-2s down the chop. It's like,
Mhm.
bro, you're not this slick ass outboxer Pernell Whitaker that you can fight with your hands down. Put those shits back up. Stop throwing them all this mustard on every single punch, thinking that you're Mike Tyson, bro. Ease up on it. And he's been like that for a really long time. But it was nice to see a different wrinkle. But again, somebody that's much more um or much mastered their craft. Virgil's getting knocked out, bro.
Yeah,
You know what I
yeah.
mean?
That's
Yeah,
why I
but
was
you
like,
know what?
Um,
But still, going back to what Dream is saying, I agree with you, Dream. He is still. What was it? I think you said you're still not truly convinced that he is at 154, just due off of his performance. The fact that he had some telltale signs that perhaps his immune system was a little compromised. That's why he had the sniffles. The fact that he tired out. The fact that Bohachuk took all of his punches. Well, listen, guys. The fact of the matter is this: we're talking about a fighter that in the past 2 years has only fought like 4 rounds. The last time he was out, I think he stopped this fighter in the first minute of the first round. Right. So, and he didn't even make 154. He was really technically fighting at middleweight at 160 because he came in at 156.2. His opponent, he did make 154. So we are talking about a fighter that is still coming down in weight, still getting acclimated to real fighters that are at that weight class of what, 154, super welterweight, right? Now, Sergey Bohachuk is not a 147 pound fighter or making 154 where he's still coming in overweight. No, Sergey Bohachuk was a champion, probably handed off of a vacancy, whatever, but he's still a 154 fighter that's young and healthy, and he's very capable,
wait, so this is
right?
Virgil's first belt?
Yes, it is. It
Dang,
is.
that's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, he's been fighting for a while. We've seen him grow up, and this is his very first technical shot at a championship, and he took it, right? Well, depends on how you see it. But I do want to give Virgil Ortiz another chance, right? He does have dog. He did overcome. He did compensate for his shortcomings, and like I was hinting at initially before Dream 123 hopped on, I like the fact that he had a plan A and plan B. Right, his plan A was come forward, be the natural aggressor. When that did not start to work out, and he did start to wear out later on in the fight, mind you guys, later on in the fight, it's not like he was, completely washed by the middle of the fight. No, he was throwing hellacious punches. He was throwing more than Bohachuk. He was throwing with all conviction and power. So for a person to go on like that, throwing power punches all throughout the fight and not tire out any sooner, that is commendable, in my opinion. Now, Bohachuk being a true 154 fighter, taking fights from true 154-pound fighters, he was obviously taking those punches from a guy who hasn't seen that much action in the past 2 years, a guy who really hasn't had to suck down to make that weight officially, right? This is his very first time fighting at 154, guys. Everything else was at 160. Now,
Oh no, he's fine at 154. Virgil, right?
yeah, who did he
Yeah,
fight at
no,
154?
yeah. This is his third straight, I think.
No,
At
no, no. He
154.
he didn't make those weights.
Yeah,
The
those
other
catch
opponents
weights.
were. Yeah, they were catch weights. The other guys were making 154. He wasn't.
Oh,
So
He
so
really
that's an
wasn't.
interesting way to spin it. And that's also another way to look at it. In the beginning of the video, in this live, whatever's, I was cooking Virgil, bro. I was like, I try to tell you guys, man, this dude hadn't fought a real fight in his whole career, right? The fight that he had with Mean Machine doesn't hold that much weight because Mean Machine hasn't really, like, he's a great 8-round fighter. Then he gasses out. He has too much muscle. So like that's what I was saying was like this was Virgil's first test in his career. This is basically his first active champion. And
Uh,
again, he hasn't done much in in this year because again, to your point, Tomas Dolorme, Frederick Lawson, those are 1 minute, one punch rounds, bro.
right.
Like you're not getting no experience. To Drew's point, like, man, he's breathing from one nostril, bro. He probably can't breathe right because he hasn't really been in that humidity, that environment, full capacity, and like,
This is
oh my goodness, the
his
pressure.
third
So
fight of the
to your
year.
point, Drew, I mean not Drew, Iman Khalif, bro, like you're giving out
that's not
Virgil
Imam
some
Khalif.
credit, and he deserves that credit. Like if we're gonna be nice about it, I was impressed that I expected Virgil to get knocked out, right? Because again, of those factors that you stated that he should be revered and we should be applauding him, to your point, he hasn't been that active. He's been only knocking out these dudes with one punch in the first round. So for him to have a real test at 154, cutting in line, not really, fighting any contenders. Yeah, I was pretty impressed. That's why you see him fight with his hands down. He did look gas later on in the rounds. He did get dropped twice. And it's because of those situations. So yeah, he has a lot of heart. If he fine tunes those skills, those defensive flaws, which I'm sure that he will, as long as he remains to be active and he's not passing out due to like making dangerous weight in his career, yeah,
Mhm,
man, he might amount to a lot of things.
mhm.
But I'm not gonna buy stock into it right now. I don't trust it, man. To
Yeah, no, no, no. I
Adimedes,
agree. I
he
agree.
put money on DraftKings and he placed on a bet called "canceled due to medical conditions." I didn't even
Yeah.
think Virgil was gonna make that weight, let alone
Wow.
go 12. So,
Yeah,
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 yeah.
and
So,
this is
go ahead.
yeah. Go Dream.
I mean, this is the thing that he doesn't remind me like the way he fights, but his his path slightly reminds me of Mario Barrios, where he started at such a light weight class. And this is the thing. Mario is struggling to finish these guys off. Like he's got great punching power, like good combinations, but he just goes with these flurries and then he just goes for the go for the knockout, like not too much IQ with Virgil. He showed me something
Yeah,
above that,
yeah,
like so he manages to switch it up, and I can attribute that to Robert Garcia, telling him, hey, slow down, like be patient, um and then even when he was telling him to be patient, he wasn't fucking patient, he would just it's just who he is as a fighter, so
yeah, yeah.
Virgil showed me something, if anything, but he will get knocked out against like it just depends who it is, right? Every 154 guys come in different size and shapes and different demeanors. Like you gotta ask me who would be Virgil, or like give me a
Tinsu.
name type
well.
of
Let
thing.
me ask you this, because
Tinsu.
Virgil has a couple names on his hit list. One was obviously to fight Bud Crawford, but he seems to be much more interested in the fight between Sebastian Fundora versus
Mm.
Errol Spence. I'm sure
Hmm.
he would love to fight Errol Spence, two Texas natives over there in the Dallas Cowboys Stadium.
Good one.
But I would favor Sebastian Fundora because, well, to your guys' point, if Speed wants to give Virgil a silver lining, handmade 54, blah, 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 Errol Spence probably get his ass beat by Sebastian Fundora. Inactivity, moving up in a weight class, gets to cut in line, hasn't been in a real fight the last in a while. The last time that he was in a real fight, he got fucking pieced apart. So we don't even know where his confidence level is at, his focus. I don't even think Spence, last I heard, he doesn't even have a trainer still. He hasn't made up his mind. So let's throw out Sebastian Fundora. Sebastian Fundora, do you think Virgil gets beat by him, or do you think Virgil beats him?
I think Sebastian. I think Sebastian goes the distance with Virgil, bro. Like I think he'll go the distance if he can make it the distance with Tim, who I think Tim would have knocked out. I think Tim should have knocked out Sebastian.
Yeah.
But I just feel like Sebastian's just too much in your face, bro. I kind of some like in my mind, I just feel like Tim Zoo is like the man at 154 right now. Like I don't think a few people beat him, maybe Terrence, but I keep thinking about Castano, bro, just because of his wars with
He hasn't fought
Charlo.
like in 3 years, though.
I know. I just wish he was active for me to talk
Uh-huh.
highly about him, but maybe a Lubin or a Jesus
I think
Ramos.
I think Virgil. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. I think Virgil knocks out Sebastian Fundora, bro.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I yeah, I don't think Sebastian can like
I
hurt
think it'll
Virgil.
be like a Brian Mendoza fight where Sebastian is winning because he's rangy and he's long and it's like fucking Virgil's like struggling to get on the inside,
Can he
but
find that
Virgil
shot
has a
though?
nice ass left hook. I can see that shit landing on him.
But Brian Mendoza had to go do this crazy ass fucking looping shot, bro. So I didn't. Well, that's the thing. Virgil does throw those fucking type of.
Yeah.
He
And
just
Virgil
did that.
hits harder than Tim Su, but he's not as defensively responsible like Tim Su. And Tim Su probably would have won that fight, but you saw him, like it took him 3-4 rounds to get acclimated to that gash above his head where he was a little bit afraid. He was like, fuck man, I'm feeling a little woozy. I lost a lot of pints of blood here. But yeah, man, look, we talked a lot about Virgil. And I'm gonna let you guys cook on Angelo Leo and Vinalo Lopez because I didn't see the fight. So I don't want to talk about something, nor am I going to listen to you guys talk about something because I want to watch it later on. So I'm gonna hop off, but you guys can talk about that fight.
Speed.
You
Go
and
ahead.
Speed, if you guys are daring. But yeah,
Yeah.
man, Lopez and Angelo Leo.
Yeah. So, Dream, before we go on there, let's talk about it's because there's so much to talk about. It seems the homie Rick is gonna be hopping off, but I still wanted to ask you about what you saw last night with Virgil Ortiz and Sergey Bohachuk, because I agree with you, right? We saw what most would consider a ring IQ, right? And Virgil Ortiz, like you said, towards the latter rounds of the fight, he started to box. When we think about boxing, we basically just mean more to the extent of he was jabbing, he was moving laterally, he was bobbing and weaving, he was, doing those kind of things, right? Instead of, let's say, posting, framing, catching, and shooting, which is the type of fight that we know him to do from close quarters, telephone booth type of fight, right? Now, in my impression, I think he was doing good. I was very impressed with Virgil's ability to move his head, very much like Canelo. The guy would throw punches and he moved his head a few inches away and he would make the guy miss. There was excellent display of head movement, very similar to Canelo. That seemed to be one of the highlights, in my impression, of Virgil Ortiz's ability to implement new things, right? The other thing that I also liked is, like you mentioned, he started to box towards the latter rounds. Now, in my, I think he started to box because he was tired, because he couldn't keep up the kind of pressure that he was employing initially, which was stay in your pocket, throw a bunch of punches, hope that your punches go through the guard, hurt your opponent, which he did have some success in. But he was also getting hurt. and he was also getting hit flushly, and he was also now combined with being tired. He was now tired, being hurt, and Bohachuk was really getting to him, right? So let me ask you, in the latter rounds, when you saw Virgil Ortiz switch up his fighting style, going to a plan B, plan C, do you think he did that because of ring IQ, or did he do that because of necessity, because he was tired, because his style wasn't working on Sergey?
No, I think it was more of a preservation of his energy. Like he was trying to preserve that shit, and he was
Hmm.
listening to his corner.
Hmm.
Um, and I think Robert is like really familiar with Virgil and who he is as a fighter. I think he started off with him right in his debut, so
Yes.
yeah, he's been with him since the get go. So I think he knew Virgil and where he was at by wherever whenever he started to switch it up. I knew it was like eighth, nine, or 10. I want to say 10th. He started to switch it up, but he started to flick that jab, and it just looked really unorthodox a little bit. Like it didn't look like Virgil, like you're watching Virgil. It looked like somebody else. So I was like, wow, okay. It just didn't look like he was working on it a lot, you know. And and it has a lot to do with him being familiar with Surrey, right?
True.
Um,
True.
and he knew what type of fighter Surrey was. I don't think he would have came like he came in the beginning rounds.
Hmm.
He came
No
strong.
Diddy. No Diddy.
Yeah, yeah. He started coming strong, bro. Like in the first part of the rounds, and I was
Mhm.
impressed. But um, I think it was not necessarily like that's it. You got to give him like credit. Even if he didn't know who this guy was, the fact that he can hang with 154 pounders.
Mhm.
Um, says a lot, and it's probably why he was so confident moving up because they sparred somebody like Surrey, and he knew Surrey was a 154 pounder, so he was like, yeah, I can hang with these guys,
Yeah.
especially an undefeated Surrey that's beating up on other 154 pounders,
Like
so
Brian Mendoza.
and Brian Mendoza, right?
Yep.
So
Yep.
that was probably his most impressive win right there. Somebody with footwork. But yeah, no, it's just Virgil uh be somebody like Serhi, and he didn't really require, or he did require some footwork, but he wasn't moving around as much as
Yeah.
a Brian Mendoza. But I just feel like it had a lot to do with them knowing each other. I think you would have seen a lot of Virgil filling out his opponent in the beginning
Mhm.
rounds, and he would have lost some rounds, bro. And I think he would have lost this fight, but him being familiar with it made a huge difference.
And the
So
approach.
and the approach, yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
that wouldn't
So
have
let me
been the
ask you.
game plan. That wouldn't have been the game plan. So it makes me wonder: you're fighting a bunch of sparring partners. What's gonna happen when you don't find a former sparring partner? Somebody you don't
Wow,
even,
that's a great question. So,
you
so,
know.
so, see, so this is what I was going to ask you right now. Look, the devil you don't, what is it? What's that saying go? The devil you know is better than the devil you don't, right? So, Sergey Bohachuk was a fighter that Virgil Ortiz has some sparring experience with, right? Now, if you take that into consideration, if you take that into consideration, right, that they already have sparred before, and then these guys step in the ring. If you see Virgil Ortiz coming with that energy, what does that mean to you? Does that give you an indication that perhaps Virgil Ortiz was winning, or was getting the best of Sergey Bohachuk in the sparring sessions, and that's why he approached him like that? Or was it just because he was like, okay, you know what? It's been a couple of years. This is the fight style. He's never switched it up before. He's always come forward. He's always been that power puncher. Why did he approach that guy like that?
I think he approached him. I mean, because he knew that's the way he was gonna approach him, and he was gonna lose. He wasn't trying to start the fight uh, on by being down on the cards. He wants to be
Mhm.
ahead of the cards. I even think he was trying to get him out of there at a certain point because there was a lot of times where Surrey was hurt.
A
Surrey
lot
was
of
hurt.
times.
Yeah, a lot of times Surrey was, and that's probably another reason why Virgil won Serhi wasn't reacting well to Virgil's punches.
You know
And
what, Dream? To tell you the truth, I didn't see Virgil responding well to Sergey's punches, anyways. And with those two knockdowns, you have to
yeah,
ask yourself. Let me ask you, because the first time I saw it, remember the fight? I missed 3 rounds. No, I missed 2 rounds. Caught it at the middle of the third, and then in the fourth, the thing is when they stopped the action to say that there was a knockdown. I was like, "What?" I started to pay more attention to it. To me, the fight seemed so closely fought, but it was so hard fought and so close that I had to go based off the demeanor, right? Because if I saw somebody take a step back and it wasn't really to set up a punch, but was more because he was made to retreat because of the aggression, then I would have to say that Virgil Ortiz won some rounds because of Bohachuk's reactions, right? But then you also saw the same thing from Virgil. Virgil Ortiz switched up his fight style. Virgil Ortiz did get dropped. Virgil Ortiz did start taking steps back, and he was also breathing heavily. Now, if you look at those telltale signs, who does it look like he's taking the worst of it? Sergey or Virgil? In my opinion, it looked like Virgil was taking the worst of it.
I don't think so, bro. I think Serhi felt physical pain on his head, bro. Like
Yeah.
it looked like he got Virgil got a temple shot in, and I felt this before, right? You get hit in the temple, but for some reason, like your head hurts, bro. Like it hurts, and it goes away fast, but sometimes it won't go away, and sometimes you end up going to sleep after that. But
Hmm.
Serhi was hurt, and he was feeling physical pain because his eyebrows were going like down. He was like like he hit his shin or something,
Hmm.
and I know what that pain feels like because he got a clean temple shot in. So even if we don't know what these fighters feel, but if you show pain, he was showing pain and he was grinning. I
Oh
think,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
and I think Virgil was hiding it more. Virgil was hiding it more because he was a lot more tired than Suri. Um,
Mm.
it's just that Virgil just he's just a winner, bro. He wants it more, and he knows he wins this fight, he's gonna get another world title shot or a big fight, whether it's Terrence or whether it's Errol Spence or Sebastian,
Yeah,
So I just feel like there was a lot on his shoulders, and that's what makes champions today, like it's the mindset, bro. So I think
yeah, yeah.
Serhi was just, not he was trying to win. It's just that he wasn't thinking straight. He wasn't setting up his shots, like not you're supposed to switch it up when you fight someone like Virgil or your sparring partner. You're supposed to switch it up. And that's what Virgil did. He switched it up on him. He showed him 100% the first 6 rounds, first 4 rounds, and then started to switch it up a little bit. Or he probably thought he can put him away. And then he said, no, this isn't gonna be feasible. Like, I'm not gonna be able to pull this effort for the rest of the fight. I need to switch it up. So he switched it
Yeah.
up and went back to the old Virgil you've seen in the first couple rounds towards the 12th round. So I just feel like it was a mental. It's all mental, man. It's all fucking mental. They know each other too well. Serhi did not mix it up. He showed him what he showed him during sparring. So I don't think he's seen anything different. And that's what it looked like. You
Look,
know,
I saw the fight twice, right? I watched it with my father and my mother, who was in and out of slumber, and I thought once I realized that there had been initial knockdown in the first round, and then the way that Bohachuk was winning some rounds and with the knockdowns, I thought, okay, well, this is going to be a draw, or because it in a fight that is very close and there's a couple of knockdowns, usually the fights go to the guy who got the knockdowns. That's what happened with Ruben Villa the fourth when he fought Emmanuel El Vaquero Navarrete, right? Uh, they were very close, hard fought rounds. A lot of those on points would go to Ruben Villa the fourth, but then the rounds that El Vaquero won with knockdowns would, of course, If they looked like that, well, then of course it would just look more favorable for Emmanuel Navarrete to win, and that's why Emmanuel Navarrete won at the end, right? So this was exactly that kind of a fight where they look like that. But I thought Sergey was going to win. Now I watched it the second time around, and the second time around with Homie Ricky, because Homie Ricky didn't watch it. When I watched it, uh, I had Sergey winning, bro. I had Sergey winning clearly and convincingly. Now I saw what Ricky was saying. I saw that the punches that Virgil was throwing were mostly blocked. I saw that the punches that Sergey was landing were very clean and flush and consequential. I was able to see the fight again with another person, explaining what they saw. And that's when I was able to see, yeah, the best cleaner work was coming from the way of Sergey Bohachuk. And with the knockdowns, it was a clear victory for Sergey. That's why Homie Ricky titled this a robbery, bigger than Lomachenko versus Devin Haney. And I
Oh
agree with that. You don't.
well, it they're just not. It's not a bigger upset than the Haney Lomachenko in my eyes. I think that one is hard to top. Right. I think that one was like a pick 'em, bro. Like I felt wholeheartedly the way I felt at the end of the fight. I was like 100% Loma won. You know, I didn't feel that way against on this fight. I think Serhi was out on his feet and recovered really fast. Um, they count the points to the person who touches the ground first, but Serhi was hurt multiple times, and it's more of a beauty pageant for me. You got to show that face. You got to show that you're not hurt. You got to, Virgil was just kind of caught by surprise, and he won way too many rounds, threw way too many punches, and so did Sergi, right? Sergi. I was gonna say Sergi should be called Sergio, bro, because he fights like a Mexican, bro. Yeah,
Sergio.
yeah, but yeah, dude, this guy fucking he won, not convincingly though. It was a close fight, majority decision, and I wouldn't have been mad at a draw. Um, if they said a draw, I would have been like, perfect. Now we're not gonna debate. Like now we're gonna be like, one up. This is a perfect. Like I'm telling you, I'm a huge fan of draws. I am not, but I am. You know, uh, just because it throws away all the outcomes. There's no arguments. I just feel like Ortiz won, had him more hurt. He was the one that was asserting more aggression against the come forward fighter. Uh, and I just feel like he connected way too much, bro. I think uh, Virgil got hit the most, though. I mean, not the most, but like he like out of the most in his career. So yeah, yeah, man. That's all I got to say about that. And then yeah. So I already said everything about
Uh,
this, but
yeah, okay, yeah. I'll just wrap it up by saying it looks very bad in a very close fight. That one guy gets dropped twice, and that he switches up his fight style, and he stops being as aggressive. I just say it wasn't necessarily ring IQ. It was the fact that Sergey Bohachuk being so successful that he threw the other guy off of his own fight style. And that's really a part of what most people consider to be the definition of ring general, which is taking the fight, fighting the way one fighter wants to fight, and negating the fight style of the other. But going back to the other thing, no, let me ask you something. Fight of the year, no? Was that a fight of the year, no?
which fight?
Virgil Ortiz Bohachuk.
No,
Oh,
no.
okay, all right. Yeah,
Yeah,
I thought it was a very good fight, very good fight,
it
very
was.
controversial.
Yeah, I just think no, it wasn't tonight. I had to think. Uh, I go off the emotions and what I felt after a fight, and how many times I was off of my seat. How many, So
Yeah,
it's like it was entertaining. It had me. So like I said, I was mirroring two fights at the same time, and the main event was on
towards at the same time as the co-main, which the top rank card co-main was Lindolfo versus Brian Flores, and they fought. You know, it was like the sixth round, and I believe the zone main event actually started. So I was like, I had the volume up on the zone one because I was like I was in my head, I was like, I'm gonna raise the volume on whichever one is looks entertaining, you know, and it was the zone cards. So it had me on my ass, bro, or like on my seat. I was up and down kind of, and a lot of shots because I had a lot of I didn't have a lot of money. I'm saying I had some money on Surrey Boachek knockout.
Mhm.
So um
didn't think that Pitufo Delgado was putting up another very hellacious fight where he looked to be flawed but very exciting, and now you understand really why Mr. Bob Behrman, Top Rank, would sign a guy that obviously has a potential to get defeated anytime, but he still overcomes.
well, yeah, Brian Flores. And Brian Flores was an undefeated fighter. He was beating other undefeated fighters as well. So these guys that he's getting set up with are very winnable matches, but they're also like proving something to us and proving his IQ. And I just feel like he doesn't have that dog in him, you know. Hold on. Yeah, I just feel like
Who doesn't have dog?
no, I don't think he just has that dog in him. He's just trying to win rounds.
You mean Pitufo?
Yeah. He does. He's good though. I'm just saying, like people's will to win. You can tell people like the will to win in these fighters, bro, and that's what makes them great, bro. I'm telling you, man. Like it's all fucking mental. And Lindolfo is on cruise control right now. He's just not trying to. Hello?
Yeah, you faded up for like 5 seconds.
Oh damn, dude, my bad. I muted myself real quick. But yeah, no. So yeah, you gotta also remember this guy beat a dude that was undefeated as well, Lindolfo. He beat up what's his name? He was fuck, I gotta think about it. He was undefeated. The other guy was undefeated, 100% knockout ratio. I forgot his name. Um, they were on Top Rank, and I was like, okay, this is gonna be a test right here. I'm gonna look it up really, really quick. But yeah, bro, I was like, oh shit, like this guy's fucking good, bro. It's just like they're trying to continuously set him up with fights that he can potentially get upset in, you know, but he just keeps keeps edging these guys out. Like I just feel like he's a solid fighter, and he's one of those guys that fight to the level of their competition in a sense. You know, like he's finding really good fighters is a thing, you know. But there's so many holes in his game, and then next thing you know, he covers those holes up in the next fight, you know. So he's a really up and down fighter to me. Not as up and down as like, you know, he's not like Teofimo up and down, but I'm just saying with his defense, like you'll see some defensive flaws, you know, but that's only if he realizes his opponent isn't as good as him, type of thing.
Mhm.
You know,
Yeah,
so
no, I agree. I think when you describe it as fighting to the level of his opponents, but he, like you mentioned, he has been fighting undefeated knockout power punchers. He's been
yeah,
fighting those guys. In fact, the fight last night was a phone booth fight. It was a very exciting fight, and I think both of those guys were having some success. I believe that Lindolfo also got dropped
didn't
in
get
one of
dropped.
those. Huh?
Lindolfo didn't get dropped.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Flores was down in round 3 and round 1, and then he was also actually down in like 8 or 7 or something like that.
Oh, it
So,
was the other way. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
he could have
All
gone.
right.
Yeah, he could have knocked him out, bro. It's just Brian Flores is a tough fighter, and that's the thing. Delgado can push it to a knockout. He just doesn't have like it depends who the fighter is. If that fighter is a dog, he's gonna try to outdog him, you know.
Yeah.
But there ain't no dog in this fight. We're just gonna cruise to a decision win. Oh, and that win that I was telling you about, Omar
Mhm.
Aguilar.
Ah,
Omar
yeah,
Aguilar.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
That fight right there
Wow.
told me something right there because Omar Aguilar punched him with some mean shit, bro. He like
I thought he was gonna knock him out, bro, because he kept landing some mean shit, and then just did Lindolfo showed heart, bro. I was like impressed. That's the fight that told me the Dolfo's a different type of fighter, you know. And he's in a gym that he's continuously getting work. You know, he got Ryo right there. You know,
Yeah.
with the belt. I wonder if they should fight each other. Oh no, they're not. Never mind. Different networks. But yeah, there's
No, it's in the age of Turkey, networks don't matter. Now let's go. Let's hop on to the other
yeah,
main event. Okay,
okay. Go ahead.
Venado, Luis Alberto El Venado Lopez versus Angelo Leo. Angelo Leo was a fighter that used to be under the Mayweather Promotions camp, and then in activity, if I'm not mistaken, in activity for about 2 years. Mayweather just didn't get him any kind of fights, so there was an opportunity presented. He went to Pro Box. Apparently, he had many reports that he signed a 3-fight deal with Pro Box. And okay, ever since then he's been more active. He's been on the come up. He's looked very excellent in those free Pro Box offerings. And he's only lost to Stephen Fulton, who's only lost to Naoya Inoue. Right now, we know who El Venado Lopez is, right? El Venado Lopez is a very flawed fighter. He fights very much like a drunken master, which means wherever his body takes him, wherever the flow of the fight takes him, he will just flow with it and he'll respond to it. There will be ebbs and flows. But for the most part, his indefensible fighting style, because he is quite indefensible, he basically walks forward and doesn't throw jabs, and he keeps one of his arms or two arms low, right? It's been able to avoid the most catastrophic obvious outcome, which is he is going to lose one day, likely by knockout, when you start fighting some of the better guys. Now, he's proven time again, fighting some of the better guys, that it doesn't matter. His power transcends skill set. His power is quite surprising and effectual, right? And he's beaten men like a former Olympian, Mick Conlon from Ireland. He's beaten Lee Wood, one of the best UK fighters over there at that white division. He's knocked them both out. He fought Ruben Villa in a very close competitive fight under the Thompson Boxing Promotions banner when they were still around. It was a very close fight. Ruben Villa eked that win. But this guy is the guy that's been on the longest redemption streak in all of them. He just fought a recent Eastern Asian fighter, right? And the Eastern Asian fighter was giving him heck until all of a sudden he wasn't. This guy hits him, breaks his eyeball. Incredible, incredible. El Venado Lopez is incredible. But we know that Angelo Leo, was a very technical fighter, very, very powerful, very skillful. He's seen it all. He's trained with some of the best Mayweather camp. Now, a couple of weeks ago, or maybe days ago, in fact, we had a live and we talked about who would win. And I think me and you and the homie Ricky were exchanging messages on IG. And you asked us, who is the most likelier fighter to lose? Is it going to be Virgil Ortiz at Bohachuk, or is it going to be El Venado losing to Angelo Leo? And remember what I told you. I said I have no trust in Virgil Ortiz winning with all of the things that we know about him, and I think he is much more likelier to lose than El Venado, because I will never discount El Venado anymore. And I was proven wrong. Virgil Ortiz figured out a way to overcome, and El Venado, not only did he lose, wow, like my friend Abner Ortega says, he looked like Ricky Hatton being knocked out at the hands of Pacquiao, and he lingered there on the canvas, breathing, hyperventilating, with his eyes just looking upwards into the ceiling of
Yeah,
that theater.
yeah. You never see dudes get knocked out like that. It's it happens once every 2-3 months. Dudes get laid out like that, put to sleep. Um, so off of one punch, you know, and people say off of one punch, like it happened like that. But in reality, the way it happens, you break a fighter down. You break them down, you get them tired, um, and they exert a lot of energy trying to hurt you as well. And that's what Venado is. He'll come back and he'll throw some heavy shots, and then he'll leave his hands down. Just does way too many things incorrectly, bro. He's so open for shots. There's a reason why Ruben won, beat him unanimously. And I would think Angelo Leo, he's not as technical as Ruben. Ruben got a better jab than him. It's just Angelo Leo punches harder, and he's actually a dog, bro. He returns the favor. I think Ruben's the type of fighter to outpoint you and and just run away with the win. Angelo Leo is trying to fight you in the ring, bro. Like he is trying to return one if he ever takes one and more. So I just feel like Leo, I was hearing about it, bro. Like I heard I'm a part of this community, a betting community on TBV, right? You have to pay like $5-10 a month. And I asked Ness, I was like, I asked the same question I asked you guys. I was like, who's capable or who's more than likely gonna lose this weekend? He said Venado. He said Virgil is gonna cruise to a decision. I didn't listen to him, but I was like, okay, that makes sense. But this Venado guy is just so flawed, I was actually I only watched no, I watched two of Angelo Leo's fights. I watched them fight Mike Plania live, not live, my bad, on YouTube live, and he did great. He just looked like any other ordinary solid 126 pounder, but I just didn't think he had the dog in him and the ability to take Venado's power, because Venado's relentless. And but then I seen if you can go write a decision against Eduardo Baez, and it looks like he beat him convincingly, then that's pretty good. It means you have a lot of volume behind your in your punches. So I just feel like dudes like Angelo Leo are here to stay, and is a hard fight for anybody, but he can also get outboxed. He didn't fight a true boxer in Venado. If anything, it was a style fight for him to win. And Angelo Leo, I'm not sure. It was a really close fight up until that knockout. I think he was probably up by a round or two. Uh, but I just feel like Venado was gonna eventually come back and just take some rounds back because that's who he is. But he was not expecting that hook to get to his face, bro, and he was not
Yeah.
expecting, and his he just froze up. The way he just froze up, and it was really like the head that gets bounced on the ground. That's what makes the damage
Oh,
to
yeah, yeah.
you
That
know, and
was
that
devastating.
yeah, and then I seen him pick up his left glove. He tries to do both hands, but his right hand or the other hand was not working. The brain function is disconnected for a little bit, or motor functions, whatever you call it. And like you can see it, and that only people who have gotten knocked out can know what that feels like. It means God is literally saying, "Not now, son, not now," because it's it's a crazy. I didn't feel that. I've never felt that, but I felt that standing up, and I was like, "Oh shit, you really knocked me out." But I wasn't like on my ass, But I can only imagine when you get knocked out and then you're put to sleep before you even go to the ground, that the ground kind of makes it two times worse and makes you forget a little bit more. It's like you get hit twice. So that right there it wasn't the fight of the year, um, because there was more there was just as much action as a Ortiz fight. They were pretty consistent. It was more of a
Yeah.
chess match. It was more of a chess match, but volume was there. And they were both Leo was being more responsible, But Venado was probably just as irresponsible as fucking Ortiz, but
Yeah.
Ortiz's hands were up. Venado just has the worst defense, bro. He just
Yeah,
has
yeah,
no.
yeah. No, 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 no way. Venado cannot. We cannot compare him with Virgil Ortiz in his defense or his lack thereof. No, no, no. Uh, in Sergei Bohachuk, he was able to find holes through
Yeah,
the
yeah.
defense of he fought for every punch that he landed against Virgil. In the case of
Defense was there.
Angelo Leo, I mean, bro, Angelo Leo, like he was gonna hit. He was gonna hit Venado. And the thing is, Venado is so nonchalant. He reacts so nonplussed at getting hit. He actually like he's not the kind of fighter that he acknowledges that you hit him, right? Like for example, a telltale sign that a punch has landed flushly and has some consequence when the fighter shakes his head, no, says no, or he smiles, right? That's why we know and Terrence Bud Crawford had a heck of a fight against 11 and 0, 11 and 1 fighter, uh, 11 and 0 and 1 fighter, and Ismail Madrimov, because Terrence Bud Crawford was telling the world, yeah, he hit me every time he shook his head and said no or smiled, right? In the case of Venado, when you hit him, he doesn't respond. In fact, he doesn't look bothered. He looks like nothing happened. And it's that kind of casual attitude that you knew was going to set him up one day for a defeat. The fact that he was getting hit flush by the hands of Angelo Leo, and he still wasn't setting up punches, he still wasn't implementing a jab, he still was walking around with his right hand hanging down like that, is it doesn't make any kind of sense, right? This allows you to believe that Venado Lopez has no game plan. He cannot switch it up. He does not have any ring IQ. Because once you start seeing that dream, and I was caught unexpected at Angelo Neal locking him out like that, but you can tell that this guy's gonna be knocked out soon.
Yeah, because he kept exerting his energy and he wasn't using it smartly, and he wasn't reacting well to every time Leo came back with the shot. Um, it's just the way his body reacted to one shot was like the shocker. Usually you're like, "Oh, he's hurt," and then he's relentless with it. Caught us off guard, one punch knockout. And Leo is always going to give himself that opportunity when he's inside the box. Like you always seen him finish off with the hook. So I just feel like Leo lost his belt right at 122 against Stephen Fulton, right? Uh, and then he got picked up by Pro Box. Pro Box seen something in him. They said this guy can be a world champion, and what they did with with Angelo Leo was pretty much a success. What they intended to do with Angelo Leo, like this is one of their success stories, bro. Like they gave him an opportunity, and that opportunity turned into a world championship belt, and kept them inside the
Incredible.
rankings, bro. So that's like one of their um that's one of their success stories, bro. So that's the type of things you like to see. Because
Yeah.
they most pro box fighters that come into top rank lose immediately. Like William, what's his name? Fuck, William Foster. Yeah,
Yeah.
William Foster, who lost to Henry LeBron. I got another example. I just forget his name. So yeah,
No,
that was
there's another example. There's a kid from Seattle, Washington.
mm,
He fought a couple of times in pro box. I think right after he had fought, and then when they set him up against I can't remember if it was Golden Boy or otherwise, he got destroyed
yeah,
and won in a couple of rounds. Yeah, no, no, you're right. It is the the fight and the fighter that now puts the eyes of the world of boxing on pro
pro
box.
box. Yep.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And in fact, you know what? Pro Box has great numbers. If you're watching and you're tracking the Pro Box offerings, I think it takes place every Wednesday, every 2 weeks or so. You see that there's 12,000 or so people catching the live event. right? That's incredible for a smaller promotion. But I've been following smaller promotions. I've subscribed to at least 3 or 4 promotions from all over the world, and you know what? Pro Box is the one that's growing the fastest, and of course, it makes sense, right? You have Tarver, you have Marcus, you have Paulie. You have all of these cats right here that obviously pulled their money to promote and to establish this network. Of course, they come with reputation. They come with that name recognition. But it doesn't matter if you just have reputation and name recognition. If you don't know how to match make, if you don't know how to spot talent, and especially if you cannot make these fights happen, doesn't matter. Your name recognition won't take you anywhere. And in the case of Pro Box, yeah, I agree. They saw Angelo Leo. They saw that he checked off all of these boxes, and look at where he's at right now. He likely upset. Let me ask you: was it an upset, or were the fight like
A lot of
50-50?
people called it. A lot of people called it. I
Okay,
seen it on the comments,
yeah,
and I just seen this is the main reason why, bro. Like I seen him in the rankings right next to Ruben, and that's really how I started to hear about him. Or I initially heard about him on Probox, so thank
yeah.
Probox, and then I didn't think I was gonna hear about him again. Um, and then I was like, okay, this guy is gonna fight Venado now. Okay, and then I was like, oh, this guy uh didn't have he lost against a Stephen Fulton, but he Stephen Fulton outboxes his guys, right? He didn't get outboxed like you think he did. Um, he like outbox is outbox, but there's levels to it. You know, he didn't look foolish in there with Fulton. They didn't look like he didn't belong in there with him because he definitely landed some shots.
Oh, it
You know,
was a
so
good fight.
yeah, and if you can hang with the Stephen Fulton as far as his speed and his IQ, then I think you're a force in your own way, you know. So I think Leo always gives himself a chance because he ends it with a hook. So I seen that. I just didn't think he was this special, bro. Like he's not like he still has a lot to go. Like this is a good story right here, but he gives himself a puncher's chance with that hook, man.
Yep,
Uh,
yep.
and he's always gonna throw it, you know, and it's his mentality, bro. Like he didn't back down against a Venado. Like he was getting rocked sometimes, but he was standing there, like he wasn't running, you know.
Mhm.
So he knew what he had like as far as like power, like he knows what he possesses, you know. So
Mhm.
he wasn't running in this fight, which was surprising, you know. And Venado looked explosive. It looked like he
Like
was
always.
yeah, he looked explosive and it looked like what's his name? Leo was kind of like filling him out a little bit and it took him some time to fill
But
him
he
out.
was taking some shots though. He
He was
was he
taking
was
some
absorbing
shots.
a lot, and he took them, and he didn't waver from his fight style. He
Right.
didn't stop coming forward. He didn't stop. He never took a step back. Angelo Leo has an incredible
And
resilience in the chin, man.
yeah, and if anything, he probably got surprised a little bit by the way he seeing Venado go down because you see his face, right? When he
Yeah.
landed that hook, he smiled. He was smiling and he didn't even hit the floor yet. He goes, "Wow, this guy is going out." Like, you know, like it was hitting him. He was like, "Dude, I'm hurting this guy." He shocked himself a little bit, you know? So I think when anybody
It
is
was a one punch knockout.
yeah, and he was like grinning a little bit. He goes, "Wow." And then he seen that he wasn't getting up. He goes,
Incredible.
"Holy shit, I did that, right?"
Yeah.
So I think so look, I felt that before, right? I not that I knocked anybody out, but
Yeah.
once I found out I have a good jab and I have a strong right, you keep doing that. You see what you're
Yep.
good at. And then
Yep.
that right there makes you an even better fighter because you become confident in yourself. Those moments right there that you go through, it most of the time those moments happen in training and in the boxing gym. That's where confidence builds, but this is one of those nights where his confidence was built overnight, you know,
Yeah.
and always gonna remember how he knocked this dude out, and he's gonna do it again and hope.
Well, I'm gonna remember that. Man,
Yeah,
he
no,
was
no, I'm
Ronaldo
saying,
was asleep well, before he even hit
But
the ground. I know Abner and the homie Ricky are talking about how he hit the back of his head. I get that, but did you see how his legs bent and buckled while he
right,
was standing? They
because
sunk inwards.
that wasn't the first hook he landed, and he just
Yeah,
kept going at it, bro. And though I'm just saying, I was talking more about the mentality that it gives you,
yeah.
bro. Like those right there, it's like you spitting game at a girl, and you get that girl, and you're like, damn, I got it, And then next, you do it again, and then you're like, wow, and then you end up with 5 kids. No, I'm just kidding, but
Typical Mexican.
I know, right? Now I'm just kidding, but that's confidence. How that fucking confidence builds.
Yeah.
I watch. I bet you anything, he's gonna feel himself, and then he's gonna see what he's actually good at, and he's gonna be a name in this division. Except this is the thing, this is the deepest division right here, bro.
It's
I seen,
ridiculous.
bro. I seen a fucking like the on ESPN they were showing all the champions, right? Before
Wow.
Leo won, right? They showed the height difference. Did you see that?
No,
Bro,
no, no, no. I
bro,
didn't.
the height difference in that division is insane. You have Nick Ball at 5'2", you
Yeah.
have, and then you had Venado at 5'4", and then you had Ray Vargas at 5'10", you have Esparza at 6'1". That's insane.
And guess what? That's not even it. Now we have to take away El Venado from that list right there. And we
Right.
have to plug in another name. Now we have to plug in Angelo Leo. Angelo Leo
5'6".
is measuring 5'6". All right. All right. Now, after that fight, they asked him, who's next, right? And he acknowledged the names. He said Rafael Divino Espinosa. He did not negate that he would be willing to face a fighter that's head over shoulders taller than him, right?
Because you got
Like,
power.
yeah, but almost by a whole foot, right?
It's not as
Almost
bad as
by a
Nick
whole.
Ball, though.
Yeah, no, I know that's ridiculous. Now Nick Ball would be a heck of a fight offering because those guys are closer to their own stature, closer to each other in stature, right? Um, but there's another guy that he didn't mention that I don't think they brought up in the interview, but that he did comment while the fight was taking place. Bruce Shushu Carrington. He commented hashtag or whatever El Venado hashtag Angelo Leo. This is an incredible fight. That's what he tweeted or X'd or whatever
Well,
he did,
he's
right?
gonna fight, right?
Huh?
You've seen who he's gonna fight, right?
Oh, he has a fight coming up?
Bro, guess who he's gonna fight? Don't check.
No, no,
Guess.
no. Let me see.
Ah, you're
120.
checking.
Wait. No, 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 no. 126. Let's. Can you
You're
run
gonna
me
be
the
like,
list of names? Because the whole division is crazy, bro.
okay,
Can you read
fuck
me
it,
the
I'll
list
tell
of
you. I'll
names?
tell you.
No, 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 no. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. I
Too many
want you to tell
names.
me the. It's because right now there's so many. 126. Okay. 126.
Nah, you're not gonna guess, bro. You're not
No,
gonna
okay,
guess.
read me some names. Read me some names, and I'll tell you.
I can't.
Oh, come on. Okay, man, you're not gonna let me a chance to guess. Okay, who?
Sagawa,
Sagawa.
the guy who fought.
Oh, that's crazy. Oh my God. Whoa.
Yeah,
The guy who beat Ruben Villa.
yeah, he's fighting him next.
Wow, the African guy.
Yeah, it's crazy, huh? Yeah,
Wow,
but yeah,
top rank, man. Like,
yeah.
wow.
You think that would have been
I-
Ruben's fight?
You mean
I don't
Ruben
know.
and Shushu Carrington? No,
Yeah.
no, I don't think so. No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Yeah, and look, and the reason for that is because the way that the way that the managers of Ruben Villa were maneuvering him, he wasn't gonna take on any kind of heavy hitter championship fights not until next year. And at the pace that they're fighting, that means they're fighting 3 times a year, right? 2, maybe 3 times a year, but with lower ranked fighters. I could see if Top Rank renewed their contract after this last fight. Had he won, they would have probably not renewed his contract because he took on 3 easy touches and he never looked too spectacular. He did win, but again, they were with guys that were way lower ranked and lower skilled than him. So that would not have impressed Top Rank in the first place. And also because he wasn't taking the opportunity to maximize the storyline this Mr. Bob Berry in the top rank obviously had for him, right? A young up and coming fighter that's very good looking, very humble, very respectful, very athletic, from the hardworking fields of the Salinas Central Coast Valley, right? We know the Top Rank has an affinity. We know Top Rank has a little place in their heart for that storyline, but he wasn't bringing those kind of eyes to that storyline. He wasn't overcoming the type of fighters that would elevate his name. So I don't have much trust that he would have had a fight with Bruce Shushu Carrington, because Bruce Shushu Carrington is, even though he has less experience than some of the fighters that Ruben has been taking on recently, Shushu Carrington is much more skillful just on the eye test, right? He's taking on better competition, and also he's undefeated, right? And there really is a lot of low high risk low reward offerings with that. I don't think he would have taken on a Shushu Carrington fight, but that would have been the next one that makes logical sense, Dream, because he would have been taking on an undefeated fighter that obviously has highly lauded amateur pedigree, who obviously a lot of people, he passes their eye test, but he would have been getting him when he's young and less experienced than him. So he would have had the advantages. But that's what you want in fighting, right? You want to have some advantages in order for you to secure the win. Ruben Villa should have fought in Bruce Carrington. But guess what? Because you took on Segawa and lost to him, Segawa is going to take on that fighter where you probably would have turned down the opportunity. So that's my long
Yeah.
spiel driven way of saying Ruben wouldn't have fought Bruce Shushu Carrington next. But let me ask you, now that we know who Bruce Shushu is fighting, who's gonna win?
Bruce. I think he matches up with him good. I think his chin is gonna get tested, but I just think he's gonna
Oh yeah,
it's gonna bring out that dog in him though. It's gonna make him want to get him out of there early. So like whenever Shushu sees um somebody like I hear my echo, but all right. Yeah, I just feel like Shushu's like he's way that Sagawa dude's way too exposed, bro. Like Ruben, man, he had him hurt as well, man. When he had him hurt as well. So I just think Shushu's gonna clean that up and he's gonna put him away, bro. So if I was Ruben, I'd probably pull for Sagawa. That way I could tell everyone, yeah, Sagawa's a real deal. That's why I lost to him. Same reason why I lost to Navarrete. He's a real deal. I only lose to real deal fighters. No, but
yeah.
I don't know. But yeah, yeah. Going back to we kind of deviate a little bit to this, but I wanted to go back to Leo,
Yeah.
right? He also called out Naoya Inoue.
Oh yeah. That was
Yeah,
interesting.
yeah. So I kind of like
Why do you
that.
think he did that? Why do you
I
think he
like
did
that.
that though?
Oh, he wants to go. He wants that big money, bro. And dude, if he beats somebody like an Inoue,
Uh,
that's gonna do a lot for him, bro. So much money. Like I hate to make things out of for money, bro, but these fighters don't make a lot, bro. And
I
once he
know.
makes that money, bro, like he's gonna not work again. Like not work again and become a businessman after this career. But like that's why I like these stories. It gets him out of poverty. Um, if that fight happens and he beats Inoue, bro,
Uh,
like that's so big for Angelo Leo, bro. Um, yeah, I've been watching a lot of Angelo Leo, bro. So I kind of became a fan of him. So I would want this guy to beat him, bro. I want Angelo Leo to prove everyone wrong. Um, and I want Pro Box to look good. That way they can get more notoriety on their name or on their brand and all this shit. So I just feel like
mhm.
Angelo Leo is capable of beating someone like an Angelo Leo, especially. I mean, yeah, Angelo Leo beating someone like a Inoue, especially in a way that would have to move up to 126. You know.
Yeah, but that's what I was gonna say, right? Look, I don't fault Angelo Leo for trying to A, make the most money, B, take on the toughest fighters and test himself, right?
Well,
Um,
he already fought
by
Stephen Fulton though.
yeah, but so obviously that means that Angelo Leo is going up in weight.
He already did. He just did. So
Yeah, and he
he
became a champion.
yeah. So ever since he moved up, I forgot to say this. Ever since he moved up, he's become a better fighter.
Yeah,
He's gotten like more power behind the shots. Just everything is better. On the side note, before we tap into that, I think Ruben should do the same thing. I think he should move up to 130 and see what that power does to him. You know, and but he's also got to be more of a dog. You know,
yeah,
but
yeah.
anyways,
But let me ask you though,
yeah,
does it seem realistic? Cause see, what I was gonna say is I can't blame Angelo Leo for trying to call out Naoya anyway. But
it's in
Naoya
house.
anyways, but the Naoya anyways at 122, and he still hasn't cleaned up shop over there,
Yeah,
right?
yes, he's collected all the belts at 122.
No, he still has. Oh wait, did he?
Yeah, he's
Oh
cleaned
yeah,
up.
yeah. But doesn't he want to fight
He wants to move
AJ
up.
Magdaliev?
Oh no, he's fighting that dude from he's already moved up, I think. He's like and he's in the process right now. Uh fighting that dude from Australia or something like that. I forgot his name. He's Australian, but he's actually like a fan favorite in Japan.
TJ Doheny.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so that I believe that's a 126. That's his 126 debut. Uh
Are you
I'm
sure he's gotten all four belts, bro? Because I'm looking at his box rec right now,
he's
and so
yeah,
far
bro.
he has the IBF, WBC, WBO, but he doesn't have the WBA.
No, because like he beat Luis Neri, and literally I seen a bunch of posts. The only undisputed or yeah undisputed champs right now, and they showed Crawford, and the Crawford, fucking Usyk, and him.
Yeah,
This
no,
happened
he's
just after.
undisputed. But he's
Yeah,
undisputed, but he was undisputed in the weight division before this one.
no,
He was
122. We're talking about 122, right?
yeah, he's not undisputed at
Yeah, yes,
122.
100% he is.
100%.
Yeah, dude, he did that.
No,
He
he
did that against. That's why he fought Tapales. So then that's when he became unified. And then he fought Neri and then he
what?
defended it. Yes.
Then why is he still? Then why does he want to fight? What's his name? AJ Agmadaliev. Um, wait. Oh my
Huh?
goodness! I know he's undisputed. I know he's two times undisputed. But I'm looking at his box rec, man, and they don't mention the WBA. I'm just asking, like, why are they not mentioning the WBA? Is
Oh no,
Naoya
he's not moving up.
Inoue?
So he's fighting again at 122. But he's defending his belts, all four of them. Yeah. It's IB okay, so IBF, WBC. What am I missing?
That WBA. I'm looking at the box rec. WBA probably hasn't been updated, right? Like it's just I don't know, man. That's just
I
I'm
seen a
just
bunch
telling
of
you.
posts. I seen a bunch of posts though after he fought Neri. Uh, or no, after Usyk fought fucking Fury, and they said they were saying like, the only undisputed champs right now in the world, and they showed Crawford, uh, Usyk, and Inoue, the only three. Like, why would he be in that list then?
I don't
Like
know, man.
I
No,
kept
I know
seeing that.
he's undisputed. I know. I'm just letting you know that box rec obviously doesn't have it like that.
Oh,
They have
okay,
him holding three belts,
then they're
or
wrong.
maybe,
Maybe you're making something
maybe,
out of nothing.
or maybe the WBA is just not being disputed. I don't know. Maybe Doheny is not sanctioned in that division, so maybe in that sanctioning body, so maybe he's not fighting for it. Maybe that's the only thing that I can think
Oh,
of.
that's
Maybe
true.
he's never.
Maybe Inoue has
Maybe.
it and he's not fighting for it. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. But yeah, that's crazy because it doesn't even acknowledge that like that. Like, wow, okay, whatever, right? Like, okay.
Who's the
But
WBA champ right now? So I can check real quick. Javante, huh? Javante's the WBA champ. I
no,
just
at
checked.
120, 122.
No, I'm just asking so I can reference and be like, does BoxRec not recognize WBA? I'm checking.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I don't know. That's a good one.
Yeah,
I know
dude.
that there's
Yeah, dude. I don't think they recognize the WBA
what?
because David Javante is used to be a WBA champ, and they're not even. I don't see it anywhere, dude.
That's
So,
ridiculous.
so maybe they don't recognize. Hey, you guys in the comments, if you guys know a little more than us, man, just let me know. Does BoxRec recognize the WBA? What benefits Al do they recognize that?
Yeah, he's undisputed in bantamweight and super bantamweight.
Hmm.
He beat Marlon Tapales, whatever. And his
Yeah,
first defense was against Ruiz Neri.
yeah. But I'm pretty sure he is undisputed. He has all four belts, and
Yeah.
so yeah. But so and he's defending it at 122. So maybe after this, you know, and he fights on September 3rd. So that's a
Yeah, I
3
guess you're right because this is how we attain this undisputed status. And we watched all of these fights. I'm just saying, how come they didn't mention it? He actually beat Marlon Tapales, who was unified WBA super. So the
Yeah,
fact that they don't mention WBA, that's crazy.
I know.
That's
I wonder
Boxer
why.
doesn't want to do it. I don't know, man. Some personal beef right there. It doesn't
All
make
right.
any kind of sense because he's undisputed. If a person, a layman, was just to come over here and start researching and they start going, what's it say about undisputed? And it doesn't say that, they would think that somebody's gravely mistaken.
Being racist. Just kidding.
Mr. Edmund Matis says, I've heard a rumor that behind Pro Box is Daniel K. Daniel Kinahan. Daniel Kinahan. So you've
I
heard the
thought it was
stories of Daniel
Paulie.
Kinahan.
I thought Paulie was
Well,
like, or no, they're
so,
they're based off of investors, just a bunch of investors, right?
yeah, well, the four primary investors were, in my understanding, back then, right, was Tarver,
Mm,
Paulie,
yeah,
Marquez, and then this little he's a Puerto Rican. Oh, what's his name?
Puerto Rican. Oh, nah, I don't know. I don't know.
No, he's a little guy. He's a little guy. Little fighter. Little weight division fighter. He's a great champion. He was. I can't remember. I'm old, but he was.
Lomito?
No. He's from back in the day. La Bomba maybe.
George
Uh,
Arce?
no. He's a Boricua.
Oh,
George RC, George RC. I love it.
yeah.
Hey, you know
Uh,
what? So funny thing is, I think I saw Eric Morales walking through Monterey yesterday. Right? You understand that we're in over here in the Central Coast. We have this thing called Car Week, right? Which is where all the rich, famous people and their vehicles, like Jay Leno and all these multi-million-dollar cars, they come over here for one weekend, starting tomorrow, and have events all through next week or two, and it just becomes hectic, right? You start driving anywhere and you start seeing these Maseratis, Ferraris, these one and done vehicles, everything, right? So we went to get some In-N-Out burgers. In case you guys don't know, In-N-Out burger is a very excellent burger joint over here in the West Coast, and uh I saw what looked like Eric Morales. And I was like, I was with my son, the boxer, right? And I was like, look, Eric Morales. And he was walking with some lady. And he's like, who? Because that's when back in the day, I I am pretty sure, guys, I saw Eric Morales walking by very close to In-N-Out. Maybe he even stopped to get an In-N-Out burger. Long story short, we saw that guy there, and I believe that those type of fighters are the ones that put up money between themselves to start off pro box. But as far as Daniel Kinahan, you do know the story of Daniel Kinahan, don't you, Dream?
nah, I don't know who that is.
Well, depending on who you believe, if you believe the CIA, FBI, Daniel Kinahan, and Interpol and whatnot, Daniel Kinahan is an Irish mobster that's been dealing with Mexican and Panamanian cartels or Peruvian cartels for decades. And Mac the Knife, which was a promotion that he held, MTK, which had signed men like Terence Crawford and some of these other great fighters for a short period of time. He signed them. He was going to co-promote or co-sponsor their careers. And all of a sudden, the U.S. government came after him. Now he relocated to, I think it's Abu Dhabi, or one of those places next to Saudi Arabia where they don't have any kind of extradition powers. So he's able to live over there, hiding out from these global organizations that want to bring him down because they think that he's been involved in the assassination and the assassination attempts of many people, including Mr. Frank Warren. Because if you don't know the whole story, there was this fighter named Mac the Knife. I forget what his last name was. And Mac the Knife was Mr. Daniel Kinahan's best friend. And apparently, Mac the Knife, the fighter, not the organization, Mac the Knife, he had this fight with one of Mr. Frank Warren's fighters. Whatever happened there, all of a sudden, Mr. Frank Warren is walking or is in his office and someone takes a shot at him. And that's why he has like an indentation right here in his forehead. Someone shoots Mr. Frank Warren, the legendary promoter from Europe. And it has always been alleged that Mac the Knife, the fighter, was the one who took a shot at Mr. Frank Warren. And Daniel Kinahan names his promotional company MTK, the acronyms for Mac the Knife, his best friend. Right now, Mac the Knife MTK went defunct when there was a lot of pressure. Mr. Bob Arum distanced himself from him. He said, "Hey, I don't know that man personally." Tyson Fury was one of Mac the Knife's, MTK fighters. And then all of a sudden, when the FBI, CIA, Interpol started to interrogate him, he goes, "Oh, I only known him in passing. I only took a picture," and everybody started to act like they didn't know Mr. Daniel Kinahan. The rumor has it now, according to Ebner, is that Daniel Kinahan, the supposed Irish mobster, is behind ProBox. Let me ask you, Dream. I know you obviously this is news to you. The growth, the development, the opportunities that have befallen favorably on the side of ProBox. Do you see that growth and development as natural? I mean, off of the fact that they do put up great fights for free, right? And is that the formula for growing their channel, or has there been some, I don't know, some backroom shady deals going on that is helping fund that organization? What, in your impression and your analysis, allows you to think that ProBox is growing the way that it has, taking on all these other organizations that try to grow like them, but they just never got in foot grounding? Why is ProBox growing so successfully?
Because they're all right. So one of many things, right? They're so they don't really have an app, or do they have an app?
Yeah. They did. I actually
Oh,
subscribed to
nice,
them. It
nice.
was $1.99 a month.
Right. But do you watch the fights through that app?
No, I actually disconnected it because I saw that they were providing the same things that I was paying for free on YouTube. So I was like, well, I want to support, right? But it was the same content, and I was just paying for like a year. I was
Right.
promoting them for like a whole year and telling everybody, ProBox guys, $2 a month. Yeah, you can get it for free, but just sponsor these fighters. You know me, I'm all about sponsoring these fighters, right? And after a while, I was like, dude, it's just $2. Like, no, I'm not gonna pay for it because they don't even care enough about promoting the app. They continue to put everything on YouTube. So no, I don't pay and watch through the app anymore.
But yeah, so the way I feel like they're okay with being so the way they position themselves in the boxing market, right? They are saying we are the second chance people, right? Like we give everyone, not everyone, but we give certain fighters second chances at their careers. Uh, so that means they're getting these fighters that are off a loss, because there ain't no way they're getting a gold medalist or a silver medalist to sign on to their guys. They don't have that ground. They don't have that notoriety. They've only been around for a handful of years. I forget what year they went out public, but they position themselves to where like they are okay with getting the like they're okay with getting the road war not the road warriors but the underdogs. They're okay with getting, you know, um fighters that have losses, you know. So what they've done is a lot different. They actually specialize on Wednesday night fights, right?
Hmm.
That's
Yep. Yep.
that's their
Yep.
thing. So they're the official Wednesday night fight network. You know,
Yep.
you want to fight on a Wednesday night, you fight right here. You know, so that's they plug themselves in very smartly, like smartly. They're doing things differently. I wouldn't say the right way. I'm saying what they can get out of this market because they're not gonna compete with the zone or ESPN. They said, no, we're not gonna even match those guys. Like we want to give everyone these fighters second chances at their careers. And I just feel like it's growing, and so many fighters are getting thrown away so fast. Um,
Hmm.
even after like a world title shot, like they lose, and then it's like no, they belong at that level, you know. So I just feel like pro it's how pro box position themselves, because at this point, um, like they're like we accept them, you know, like we love pro box, bro. As a boxing community, like they came in clutch so many times when there is no boxing, you know. So
Hmm.
I just feel like you know, they just uniquely position themselves, and they're riding this YouTube wave. This is happening at a much larger scale as well. You see like dudes on ESPN, like not the commentators, but the people who give out their opinion on ESPN first take and all that.
Hmm.
Um, they say that they make more money on YouTube, doing their own solo channels, you know, and they're actually successful. So I just feel like there's this wave of podcasters that are that are successful, and ProBox sees that, and that's why I was asking you: are they a YouTube channel only, or are they also the app? Um, but I mean, if they're able to get people to pay $2, shit adds up, you know, and yeah. So I just
Look,
feel like
they're not getting people to pay $2. They're not. They
yeah,
aren't. And look. The reason I say they aren't is because it would have to be something where your $2 is providing you some exclusive content, right?
yeah. Do they give you betting advice at all, or no?
I it's because I unsubscribed over 6 months now, right?
Uh,
Because they were offering the same fights, and they were offering these special reports and everything like that. Um, uh, on the app that they weren't in the YouTube channel. But then they started to provide the YouTube channel the same content as the app, so it just did there was no exclusivity, right? Now I believe they do betting. They do those kind of odds, and they do talk about it. They have a little segment,
yeah.
but
See, that's what
but
people
I
don't
think I've even
understand.
seen that. Yeah, but I've seen that also on YouTube. So there's really
Yeah, but
nothing.
no, but they're like they when I pay for my betting advice, it's coming from Nestor Gibbs' advice.
Yeah,
He's telling me even during the show, if you listen to his show to the podcast, you'll say, I'm saving that for the betting show. I'm saving
yeah.
that for the betting show. I mean, Paulie, bro, Paulie, and who else is in that stable? Al Jerry, and I forget who else, but
Chris
uh,
Jerry,
and then they have a
Tarver,
Spanish.
Marcus.
Yeah, they speak Spanish too. You know, so you
Yeah.
got a lot of
Well, they're in
Spanish.
Plant City. They're based out of Plant City, Florida. So it's
Yeah,
heavily, there's a lot of Mexicans over there
it's
also.
all but it's all on YouTube. It's all over the world. You know, I don't
Yeah.
think it's like
Yeah.
a location thing. That you're talking more about showing up to the fights, but
Yeah. True.
yeah, and pretty much you have somebody who speaks Spanish, you have somebody who speaks English, you know, and you're connecting both audiences for betting advice. People, you
Yep.
know, and the fact that I'm getting betting advice from Marquez and betting
Hmm.
advice from Paulie Malignaggi, and they're saying the same thing, and it like makes you just want to throw some money on it, and it makes you feel like you can make money off of it, you know. And so that's what I think on Pro Box. Like I'm about to get that because I
Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
So I guess what you're saying is Pro Box as Pro Box and its formula would not require the under the table money funding of like a mobster, right? Like
right,
Daniel Kinahan, because Daniel Kinahan, if he wanted to wash money, if he wanted to like circulate money, he could blow up pro boxing to way bigger than it is. Right? We still see B shot fighters, C class fighters in pro
right,
box. We see guys that are a little long in the tooth, worse for wear. We know some of the fighters had been there years back, but may not be necessarily in the top rankings or haven't been making noise recently. I would like to know more about Abner and where he's getting his information to further investigate the involvement of Daniel Kinahan before I assume anything. But I guess what you're saying, and I do agree to it, the formula that ProBox has come up with in order to grow themselves and distinguish themselves from the rest of the other promotions is a unique, exclusive one where they have
yeah,
cornered the Wednesday market, where they've provided the free fights continuously. All of the fights have been well matched and thus very competitive and thus very exciting, and that's what keeps people coming back, and they
yeah.
don't need to.
And
Okay,
if
yeah, that makes sense.
yeah, and if we even start to go live at a certain date and time, we're gonna when people like to fucking go on. And I'm just using that as a reference. We don't have to do this, but like I'm pretty sure we'll get more listeners. So I'm just saying they position themselves in a way where they're optimizing the most audience, and they're not really and they're not actually messing with the other networks, like their views and stuff like that. Like
Uh-huh.
they have to give their takes as well, you know.
Yeah.
So they had to take do their takes and watch these fights probably live. And you also got to know Chris Algieri calls top ranked fights, you know. So that's a huge deal right there. The fact that I'm
Yeah.
getting betting advice from Curacao Jerry, the person who's commentating on this shit, like, yeah, that's a whole different level, bro. Like, that's a whole. I would actually prefer that betting advice over Nestor Gibbs.
So
You know,
this is Mr. Abner Ortega actually responding to the question that I asked, where is Abner getting his information from? And he answered. He says, I think it was the Broad Boxing News articles. I heard it on the live from Ring IQ. Now everybody knows that I am a big fan of Ring IQ. I haven't listened to him in a long time, just due to the fact that see, okay, so Ring IQ, do you
Tell the
listen to Ring IQ?
truth. Tell
Okay,
the
so Ring
truth.
IQ, okay, I'm I'm one of Ring IQ's biggest fans, right? I like logic based boxing analysis, right? And the logic comes from his videos, right? The way that he reports it, and especially when you consider the pound for pound ranking and the criteria that other people have, the Ring IQ boxing criteria for how to make it on the pound for pound is the most reasonable one, right? It goes based off accomplishment. It doesn't have anything to do with your eye test. It has to do with the names that you fight, if you beat him, how you got there, how many belts you have. The more accomplishments you have, that's how you get up there. It's sensible,
Long
right?
story short,
Because it's quantifiable. Long story short, me and him have gone back and forth on some of the discrepancies and equivocations of his when he implements his own criteria to certain fighters, right? In particular, in favor of Terence Bud Crawford and against Errol the Truth Spence Jr. We famously went back for a couple of videos. He ended up titling videos after me, and he was taking little personal shots against me a couple of years back after Terence Crawford and him were about, and the Truth Spence were about to fight. And of course, it caught him by surprise because he knows me and him were always cool. Now, I've caught him on a couple of other little things that I've thrown up in there, and now he's acknowledged, the fact that he is equivocated. And by what I mean equivocating means he's not being clear and forthcoming in his analysis and his employment of his own criteria. So he acknowledges it, and we move on. Because I'm not trying to point out, his flaws in a negative way. I'm just trying to say, look, we cannot employ double standards because the excellency of your show goes based off your criteria. So let's just keep it consistent, right? That's all I've done. But now that we've been preoccupied in making our own show, we go, I rarely ever visit him because I'm not trying to be influenced by other people's thoughts, right? I want to learn with you guys. I want to learn from our listeners. That's why I always ask questions and never really offer opinions. But long story short, Ring IQ, if he says something, especially when it comes to Daniel Kinahan, I would say I would take it with a grain of salt. Why? Because he does report extensively on these matters, but his conclusion always is Daniel Kinahan can never do wrong, especially when you listen to his lives. He makes light of Daniel Kinahan's possible involvement in criminality. He shrugs
I've
it off
never heard
like
that
if
before.
he shrugs it off like if it's a joke. He shrugs it off like Daniel Kinahan is a good guy, like this is the sport and we have to accept it, and he makes jokes of it. Now, do I find anything
What
funny
is he on the
about?
payroll or what?
No, I don't
Bro,
know if he's on the
Daniel, bro,
payroll. I
He's
just
on the
know that.
payroll, huh?
No,
bro,
I just know
Daniel,
that. What I'm saying is that he makes light of a possible mobster's ties to assassination attempts,
look,
and he makes light of it like he has no involvement. And I would say if you have the CIA, the FBI, and all these multinational corporations chasing you down to the fact that you have to hide in the middle of the desert in Abu Dhabi, there's probably some facts there that Ring IQ would choose not to go just for the sake of
let
being funny. Because
let
I
me,
would say Ring IQ has always been firm about pointing out corruptions,
bro,
accepting it, but pointing out corruptions.
let
Right,
me
but
point out Daniel Kinahan is a good dude, bro. Nah, I'm fucking with you. I don't
yeah,
know anything about that
he's
guy.
a great dude. Fucking, he bought me this cologne one time, dude. Listen, bro. The reality is this, man. I thought Pro Box TV was an amazing concept from ex-professional fighters trying to give back to the sport of boxing and doing it their own things, right? Isn't that like, I mean, no disrespect to Daniel Kinahan, but I mean, he's really never been relevant in the sport of boxing. I mean, he had these little moments
Never even
where
heard of
I
him.
think he bought out IFL TV, which was Coogan Cassius, and like he was giving them a bunch of like offices and stuff like that. And at one point, he was making business deals with Bob Arum, right, in the UK, and like Eddie Hearn. So I don't know, man. I'm not gonna give Daniel Kinahan too much credit for that because Juan Manuel Marquez used to be a banker, right? He's an amazing fighter and a champion. I'm sure he made really good money from the Manny Pacquiao fights, Floyd Mayweather. I don't think Marquez needs Daniel Kinahan, right? Same thing with Paulie Malignaggi. Paulie Malignaggi has always been about exposing corruption. Man,
Yeah.
these fucking refs never give me a fair shake. Like he used to be on these like rampants and like everyone's drug testing. So I don't think he would associate himself with a Daniel Kinahan. Now, of course, it's best to use somebody else's money than your money. But in terms of ownership, oh, absolutely. I don't think Chris Algieri, Juan Manuel Marquez, or Paulie Malignaggi need Daniel Kinahan's advice when it comes down to the sport of boxing. So I'm not saying out of the realm of impossibility that the mafia or Daniel Kinahan and all of these people aren't involved. I'm sure they're involved. I just don't think he would need to be involved in pro box. Um, I mean, again, if it was like a section for him to clean his money, right, and put it into and it becomes traced and doing the proper funding for it. Yeah, I'm sure Daniel Kinahan then has a great outlet for this. You know what I mean? He's probably had a lot of drug money that he has, and he needs to clean it up. And boxing seems to be one of the outputs. But I mean, I haven't even heard of Daniel Kinahan since they were after him. Ever since like Bob Arum, like because Bob Arum used to be an attorney or lawyer for like the Robert, what is it, the Kennedy or
Yeah.
Eisenhower administration? One
No,
of those
John F.
administrations.
Kennedy.
Okay, John F. Kennedy. So yeah, I mean, I'm sure that Bob Arum, and ever since then, you don't ever see Bob Arum, shake hands with Daniel Kinahan. Neither do you see with Tyson Fury. Like all of these guys don't even want to talk about the association with them because that dude's a wanted man. You know what I mean? And so yeah, I don't think Paulie, Juan Manuel Marquez, and Chris Algieri want to make ties with him. the fact that they don't need him, and then B. But I mean, again, I wouldn't. I mean, I personally would be shocked if they're doing good business, because I'm also going to say this: Pro Box right now is the future. Two, they do good business. They're way about promoting and finding out that these amazing fights are happening, but they want to bring exposure to them, bro. Like Pro Box don't ever put crappy fights.
Yeah.
No,
Like
no,
they're
they don't.
always so good. Like Angelo Leo, after he left Floyd Mayweather, Pro Box kept him active for like 3, 4 fights. Dude, he's a fucking champion now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Shout
You
out
know
yeah,
what I
to
no
mean? And
need
I'm
that.
just like, and then there was a Boca Chica versus Brian Norman. Brian Norman they fought each other in Pro Box. So I'm just like,
There was a
if Daniel
guy.
Kinahan is somehow involved, then I'm gonna say fucking Daniel Kinahan knows his boxing. But I just think
Yeah,
like, it's Paulie Malignaggi and their group and Juan Manuel Marquez and Chris Algieri that they know their boxing, they know their sports nutrition and every single thing. That just like, dude, this is a good fucking fight. We can bring our fan base and our platform and our cameras and ring, and we can fucking promote this and make it even bigger because people need to be watching these fighters, you know? And I think
Yeah.
that's what
yeah,
they do.
They're
So
growing.
again, I'm not trying to shit on Daniel Kinahan. I just will say that I'm gonna take the brain of these three legends. Well, Marcus is a legend, but Chris Algieri versus Ruslan Provannikov was a very interesting fight. And again, Paulie Malignaggi, when he was a young guy, bro, he was fighting everybody. And bro, you better not be talking about my side piece. That's my side piece, bro. Like, come on, bro. Like, he don't need Daniel Kinahan for that. But
no, it doesn't. But you know
but
what? Let's just to point out. It is true what Abner says right here. He says, uh, la mafia ha estado detrás del boxeo desde siempre. No me sorprendería que aún sea así. The mob has always been involved behind boxing since forever. It wouldn't be surprising if it continued to be the same way. Is what he's saying, right? Now,
yeah,
that is true. And in fact, here's a funny
true.
one. Here's a funny thing. I don't know if you guys know the definition of the word Aram in Hebrew. Well, first off, in Latin, uh, Aram or Arum is the Latin
Like, are
word
you
for
talking about
gold.
Bob Arum? Arum?
Yeah, Bob.
Arum?
Yeah,
Oh,
Aram.
okay, okay.
Aram means gold in Latin. Aurum. That's where the word Aram comes from, and the chemical symbol for gold is Au. That's where it comes from. That's the etymology behind that, right? But the other definition of Aram in Hebrew, it's crazy. I don't know if Aram in Hebrew, it actually means crazy, some crazy stuff. Let me see. It means like corruptible, cunning. It means so many bad stuff. It means cunning, crafty, deceptive, scheming, clever, skillful, adept, and resourceful. Guys,
Wow.
I don't want to be offensive to Mr. Bob Arum, but is that the definition of who he is? His last name is so telling. This is crazy.
Makes sense to me.
Makes
Uh,
sense.
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
I was gonna say this. Did you guys already talk about the Mexican Olympian Marco Verde?
That's the fight, dude. That's the fight that started before the Lindolfo
No,
Delgado.
no, no,
No?
no. That was the Olympic.
this is the amateur. Mexico won a silver medal for like Mexico hasn't had an Olympian reach the finals in 40 years.
Damn.
Yeah,
And this dude, he lost 2 rounds to 1. I didn't watch the first round. The second round, the guy from Uzbekistan definitely won it. And the third round, the Mexican definitely won it. So I didn't watch the first one. But yeah, bro, Mexico got a silver medalist. And he looks pretty fucking good, bro. Like, I hope, he turns pro because I think he's going to be really good.
Mexicans really don't like. Not to say that they don't belong in the Olympics, but that's not their style to win. You know, like they're that pro style. So for a dude like that, I did see a little glimpse of him, but it's rare that you see a fighter outpoint a Mexican fighter outpointing you in the round. You like at a high level, especially.
Well, it's very interesting because it's interesting that you say that because Mexicans throw a lot of punches, and in 3 rounds, 3 minutes apiece, you would think that they're going to throw 500 punches per round. So you're just gonna smother this opponent, but the reality is like these dudes do a great job of getting out of range so much that they can only just land 5 punches and beat you like that. That's pretty shocking to me.
Yeah,
But yeah, you would think that Mexico would have more gold medalists because they throw nothing but nonstop punches and punches and punches. But it's
Yeah.
somehow in the Olympics, they have good legs, almost to the point where like, okay, you guys throw a lot of punches, but you guys don't know how to cut off the ring.
Yeah, and it's like fencing, bro. Like I was watching fencing in the Olympics too, and I was like, dude, this is like really similar to like boxing, bro. Except it's really like it's like it goes like really by the inch, bro. Like they get caught, and it's really like they're fucking fast as fuck, So they know how to get
Yeah,
out
but
of.
you see,
Yeah.
this is what I realized, guys, about the Olympic boxing, especially when I saw that run for gold of between Camp Verdi, the Mexican Verdi, who was representing Mexico and going for gold
Verdi.
in the past 40 years, versus Ahmad Duligar. I'm like la 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 la.
It's like
The
you
guy
said
from
that better than the
Uzbekistan.
Mexican.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the guy whose last name is the same exact words that Chucky said when he was transforming from a human to a doll. That guy right there, that guy sucks, guys. You understand my criteria, right? If you are on the back foot, you're placed on the back foot, right? This is my definition of how you win a fight. A ring general, when everybody says, "Oh, it's who controls the fight," yeah. Can you tell me how you control that? And then people will say like, well, this guy is fighting style is naturally this because we've seen him fight like this before, and this guy's natural fighting style is this, so he's fighting his fight. That means he's winning the ring generalship, or he's moving and the other guy's chasing, so he's the ring general. Nope. The way that I see it is very similar to war, encroachment. Who's taking over the real estate? Who's invading your territory? Right? So the guy who's coming forward naturally is the ring general because he's covering and he's taking up the real estate. Now, the only time that anybody can ever say neutralize that forward aggression and say that it is a negative thing is when the other guy can take just a back step to throw one and then hit the guy, right? But that's not what we saw in that fight. We saw a guy that was circling around the ring, which is the simplest, most easiest thing to do, guys. I cannot stress this. Circling around and taking a back foot is the easiest thing to do in the sport.
Can you do
I
it?
want to. Yes, I could run away from you. Yeah, I could run
It is
away.
not.
Trust
It
me.
is not.
Oh, it is
It is
not.
not.
It is not. It is
No,
not
no,
the easiest thing
no.
to stay away, 5 feet away, and then
No.
running in circles. Oh, okay.
No,
That's why. No,
you're
okay.
saying it's easy, but
It's the
in
easiest
reality,
thing.
it's the
The
easiest
easiest
thing.
thing.
It's the easiest thing to capitalize off of. It's like you got to know when to move left and right. Dudes know how to cut off the ring. You got to know
These
like,
are fighters.
what happened.
These are fighters. That's exactly what they know how to do. They have to know how to do that.
Abner says, so we can say that Bob was the original Golden Boy because of the last name Arom.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, he is. Look, no hate to Mr. Bob Arum, right? We can go back and we can side with Mayweather. We can side with Terrence Bud Crawford and say that he's been a
You can never side with
douchebag.
Terrence Bud Crawford.
No,
How?
no. Well, because
How?
there's people that will say they
How?
will say that Bob Arum was unfair to him. They will say that. You can side with him, but the one thing is you cannot discount the fact
You
that
can't
Mr.
say that,
Bob
bro.
Arum, Mr. Bob Arum is responsible for some of the greatest fights, for some of the wealthiest, most renowned fighters out there having fought in his promotion. He having developed their career. That is undisputable. That we cannot argue that. Mr.
Yeah.
Bob Arum is a legend.
I agree. You can't argue with Bob Arum's resume, man. What he's done, it's top tier, quintessential. But I'm gonna say this: you can
Yeah.
never argue in favor of Terrence Bud Crawford when it comes down to Bob Arum. Bro, Bob Arum did great by Terrence Crawford. By any metric, helped them become undisputed at 140, right? Was trying to have the Manny Pacquiao fight versus Bud Crawford. Pacquiao didn't want the fight. Freddie Roach didn't want the fight. So then he has somehow Pacquiao go over to Australia to fight Jeff Horn. Not Jeff Horn versus Pacquiao in the Philippines. Somehow he was able to politrick and maneuver Pacquiao so he can lose to Jeff Horn, and then make Bud Crawford become a champion at 147. You see what I'm saying? You can never say and back up Bud Crawford in favor in regards to Bob Arum. Dude, Bob Arum did great for Terrence Bud Crawford. For everything that Bud Crawford is and knows and whatever's, Bob Arum did amazing by him. Amazing by him. The reality is, Bud Crawford's a piece of shit. That's the reality about it. He's extremely ungrateful because he has to realize this. One, if we're talking about business, then Bob and all these fighters need to understand is this: I can't force another fighter to fight you. This is the fight business. This is the hurt business. If this dude don't want to hurt you, I'm not going to pay him an excess amount of money for him to get in the ring with you. This is a business after all, and I'm fronting the money, not you guys. I know what the numbers look like. You know what I mean? And it's basic mathematics. And on top of that, in the guaranteed purses, Bob Arum always overpaid Bud Crawford for his value. The dude can't sell shit.
Yeah,
He's
they
never
were-
been able to
invested.
sell anything.
They
You
were
know what I'm
losing-
saying? And everything that Crawford is what he's accomplished, obviously, is by his own merits, his effort, obviously. But when it comes down to what the best thing that a promoter can do for a fighter's career is two things. One, activity, but the most important one is who your broadcaster is. Bob Arum and Top Rank have always had the best broadcasters, whether that's HBO or ESPN. Those
Yeah.
are the two best premier. And if a promoter can get you that fucking television deal, then then the promoter has already done his job.
Yeah,
Because
like-
who you are exposed to, who you are exposed to in the millions in terms of the subscription fan base, I made that connection with them. They didn't make it through you. I got those contracts done for you to show your world your talent. Because there's a lot of talented fighters out there. But the reason why you don't see them on TV, like Angelo Leo, is Floyd Mayweather kept them inactive, and Floyd Mayweather didn't have network deals. What is the thing that Angelo Leo does immediately versus ESPN? He's active, and he's showing his talent on ESPN. That's why Angelo Leo and all these
that's crazy.
Mexicans never badmouth Arum, but it's always Shooker, Errol Spence, these dudes that know English, right? But they don't understand literally contracts, and they don't understand how to grasp the concept of it other than the money. You see what I'm saying? Look how quick Bud turned his back on Eddie Hearn. Eddie Hearn in the buildup of this fight, oh my gosh, he's the greatest fighter. He's so good. He's so this. Nothing but great words. That pretty much ass-kissing Terrence Bud Crawford, right? Saying all of these nice things to Bud Crawford. He's the best fighter in the world. You know, no one has seen his talents. They've done an injustice for him in his whole career. How, Eddie? And then what does Bud Crawford do immediately? He starts shitting on Eddie. And then all of a sudden, all of these intelligent IQ fans, oh man, why is he turning his back on? No, bro, this is why me as an Errol Spence fan always never liked Bud Crawford.
So
You see what I'm saying?
let's not make it
Because-
about
no,
Crawford
I'm gonna
hate.
make
Look,
it about that.
that's funny though that you
Hey,
mentioned
I'ma
it.
make
You
it
said,
about that. No,
hey,
bro,
that's
because,
funny.
dude,
No, I get that, but that's funny how you flipped it.
hold your
Mr.
horses,
Bob
hold your
Arum is
horses, hold your
responsible.
horses.
Wait up, Bob Arum is responsible for having robbed Manny Pacquiao, famously convincing him to go to a foreign land that had
Dude.
yet to open up the markets over there in Australia. Fight him against a guy who wasn't going to pay him the most. It was his very last fight of his contract. He had already denied a fight with Terrence Bud Crawford. Manny Pacquiao had already made public statements
That's what
saying that he
happened.
wasn't going. Public statements saying that he wasn't going to renew with Mr. Bob Arum, right? And he convinces him to go to Australia to fight a nondescript fighter by the name of Jeff Horn, who, in my opinion, would have been a draw, or Manny Pacquiao would have won by one, maybe upwards of 2 rounds. And he robbed that guy, immediately made Jeff
Listen.
Horn the fighter, and then he made him fight Terrence Bud Crawford,
Jeff
making him
Horn-
an undisputed
check
fighter.
this
That's
out.
crazy.
No, that's exactly what happened. Jeff Horn
I know what it is.
Hold on. Jeff Horn did wrestling tactics on Pacquiao, tossed him to the ground, elbowed him so many times, leaned on him so many times, headbutted so many times. Like, don't get me wrong, Jeff Horn was a school teacher. Salute to him, bro. Like, dude, you weren't even supposed to be in that ring with Pacquiao, let alone even go the distance with him, because Pacquiao was supposed to knock the block off you. But, dude, there's no way in hell Pacquiao, a champion, goes to fight Jeff Horn in his backyard. You rarely ever see that happen. You rarely see Bud Crawford fight as a champion. If he was undisputed, you would never see him go fight in fucking Russia against, I don't know, a Lomachenko type welterweight. If he's undisputed and he's a champion and he's the prize fighter, you will never see that, bro. So why in what world did Pacquiao go over to Australia? The money so much, is that grand? No.
No, not then. No, it wasn't back then.
Did that fight generate millions and millions that he's never seen before? No. That's what happened, bro. You know what I mean? So again, Bob Arum did wonders by Bud Crawford. And Crawford fucking did him dirty, bro. Shitted all over him to his face. Or if they couldn't give me the fight, then while I was with him, then why would I expect him to give me the fight when I'm without him? Type of shit. Like, what the fuck? You can see Bob Arum's like, damn, bro, really? After all of this money, I lost hella millions putting up on you, paying you all this guaranteed. Like I did versus Shakur. This is how you guys fucking do me.
I was gonna throw one thing.
These are pieces of shit, man, bro. That's the reality.
I was gonna throw out one thing too. Bob Arum, or no?
Yeah, that's true, Abner. He was a mandatory, but he could have gone the Errol Spence route, and or like whoever the other champions were at the time. But keep going, Drew.
Yeah, Terrence was a losing a business. He was losing money as a business. Like Bob Arum was losing money with Terrence, bro. So that's another thing to keep in mind. Like, this dude was what kept putting him out there and kept promoting his fights, and he was just losing money, getting no notoriety, you know. So yeah, that's interesting, bro. All that I didn't know half of that right there. You guys
yeah, no, I mean that's what I'm trying to tell you. It's like, for example, let's say I'm a competing boxer, right? And like, look at the kid from Fresno, right? Jordan Fuentes. He just had his professional debut on
Rick
Saturday,
Merrigan.
and he won by decision, right? No. Who cares about Rick Merrigan? Golden
I love
Boy.
Rick Merrigan.
No, but listen. In the sense, I like, who cares about him in this for this conversation? Golden Boy signed him, and Golden Boy already gave him a fight on DAZN. For DAZN, is still a niche platform, whatever the case may be. It's like a diehard platform for boxing fans and all these other networks, at least here in the United States or whatever. But what I'm trying to say is this: who your broadcasters are. That's a huge deal. That's the biggest deal, because, again, it's not just them showing you to the world and their subscribers and their fan base that ESPN for like the past 30 years has been top tier in the sport of boxing, right? And with DAZN. But it's also who you can talk to when you're at those front doors in ESPN studios. When you go sign that contract with Top Rank, and then you meet the CEO or at that time of whoever it is of ESPN or the ESPN Deportes section, you get to meet them. You're making contracts. You get to meet like the Steven Espinoza of those, get to meet them, and they're like, dude, I'm a big fucking fan of you. My daughter adores you. Can you get a signed autograph? And you make ties. Now you share contact information. That access, exposure to that fan base, those communications that you have, and then what the visions that they have. The ESPN CEO might fucking be the grandson of Snickers bar or fucking, Nesquik deals. And that's how you get all of the people. I can't stress how important that is.
Yeah. Yes,
right? Because it's not so much what you can do, is essentially who you know.
It's the ESPN factor, right? It's the fact that ESPN is paying all their bills and they're getting all the notoriety. And whenever you hear a big event, ESPN's tied to it. And they're the leaders of sports, so that's huge right there. I don't think people know how big of a deal that is having. And
yeah, absolutely.
The guys, they have a training. They have a training center, right? They have like a big old Top Rank gym in Las Vegas. Yeah, you get to run into anybody you want and spar whoever you want. Imagine the access. It's incredible.
Absolutely. It's not just the the broadcasters are, that it's super important in activity, but a formula and a structure. And again, not just access to those CEOs that have connections to all of these multimedia or consumer like products, but to your point, Speed, access to sparring other top level fighters. Ruben Villa
Incredible.
had to go to Robert Garcia RGBA because Max Garcia had good ties with Robert Garcia over there down in Riverside. But because
Yeah.
he also has access to Las Vegas at Top Rank, before those doors probably used to be closed. And then in return, they can get like Jorge Maravillo to spar some of their fighters from Top Rank signed as well. So, dude, it's just like these fighters, this is what I'm trying to tell you. They don't realize what a promoter does and has access to, that is much more, that is extremely valuable at times than just the money that you make. Obviously, the money is the prize, is what you fight for, but what you can return after making those connections and those handshakes and meet and greets type of thing, that's huge and valuable right there. I'm gonna say this to your point, Abner, and to your point, Speed. Mayweather is a horrible promoter. It
Yeah.
may be because he doesn't make or have good network deals, and two, he never had sponsors. Maybe Grant and Hublot, but can he? Does he? Is he so connected with those companies that he can get J. Leon Love a Hublot deal, an Errol Spence or an Angelo Leo deal, a Neno Rodriguez when he had him at one point? The reality is no. You
Yeah,
see,
he
but
didn't have.
ESPN, you're gonna get all of those fighters are gonna have a course like banner or something, some type of revenue coming in, or a fucking, I don't know, some type of deal coming in on the backside money. And again, these are what things that fighters take credit for. You know
He
what I
ran
mean?
out of money. He ran out of money and couldn't pay any of his fighters. So then that's why you seen them leave. I forget what month it was. You seen fucking a bunch of fighters just go separate ways and go get signed by DAZN or whoever, because
Yeah.
he's running out of money. He doesn't know how to manage the money. I feel like managing is like another lifestyle. You gotta like have the right amount of money to really manage a fighter. And he thought he had all the money in the world and thought he can keep up with his lifestyle while being a manager. It's like nah, man. Like, yeah, I feel like that's really what it is too. He's trying to do what Al Heyman's doing and pay their fighters like once a month, like because I heard they get checks like every month or some shit like that.
Yeah.
No, I think what it is with when if you consider Floyd Mayweather, right? It's an issue with management, right? He likes to micromanage, right? Because he's always been a person that has managed his career. He's always been the one controlling where the fights take place, when they take place, who he fights, when they fight, under what weight divisions. He's always had the ability to manage and control every single situation, right? That is a very, very time consuming venture to think that he would be directly involved in all of these affairs, from the purses, the fight management, the vendors, the networks that are going to be promoting, the ticket prices, all of these logistical things that he probably won't have enough time for, especially when he's traveling the world taking pictures for Instagram or X, and the Bahamas or in Saudi Arabia and all these crazy places. He being a person that's trying to still be an influencer in the eyes of the world. It's too much to manage for one person. And in the case of Mr. Bob Arum, he has picked out the best people. He has picked out people that have the eye and the talent for matchmaking, for scouting for talent, for negotiating prices, for looking at these logistical matters that, like Abner says, right? Floyd is an intelligent boxer, but not an intelligent person. I think it's partially that he is not an intelligent person, but it's also the fact that he is likely going to be overwhelmed and bogged down for all the things that he has to micromanage, right? And that's really what's hindering his fighters. Yeah, that's the problem there. If I had to say something, it's going to be the fact that he likes to be in control of everything, and there's just not enough room and space in a person's life. Being that kind of a person, as influential, as highly in demand as Floyd Mayweather, to do these things successfully.
Yeah, it's a very great point right there, because that is true. When you manage somebody else's career, you have to be very patient. And micromanaging isn't particularly bad in the sport of boxing. You actually want to micromanage a person's career. right? And then outline why you want to do certain things at that particular moment in time and space. Like, you want to micromanage a person's career. You don't want to just be like blasé and just like, oh, nonchalant, like, oh, no, I just had this fight here, fight here. No, you want to be fucking like the devil's in the details, especially in the fucking sport of boxing. You don't want to be tied down to contracts. But what you were saying, Speed, and you kind of talked about it earlier with Turkey Al Sheik, is like, even though they're not related, but it's in the same realm. When you're trying to do all of these things, right? Like, to your point, Floyd is trying to be an influencer. He's still trying to box. While you're training and traveling the world and doing all these things, you don't have time to worry about an Angelo Leo who's 3-0 and 11-0, or he loses a fight, you know? But in the beginning, when he was being active and he had a couple of fighters on his stable, Jay Leon Love, Mickey Bay, Badu Jack, and all of these fighters, I thought Floyd was doing, and Tank Davis, an excellent job, always fighting under his undercard. Look, as limited as a skill set that Jay Leon Love had, Mickey Bay, like, they did pretty good. But Floyd understood that, like, these guys aren't going to be the next me. Badu Jack was a really good fighter. No, because you have to understand is this. Floyd is one of a kind. Like, dude, he revolutionized the sport of boxing. A lot of the things with the media, especially like the media and personality and all of these things. So when he came down to that world of the sport of boxing, no one beat him better than that. He micromanaged every single thing. His opponent selection, black versus brown, fighting on Mexican holidays, wearing Mexican clothing, all of these things on his wardrobe. That's fucking genius to always play that nemesis role, and the money. Like, the arc, the storyline is something that we rarely see before, like the way he was doing it. So anyway, but when you did that for yourself, it's very difficult to find an original story and a narrative to build up Angelo Leo. That same effort of what you just barely did to then having to start all over with all of these prospects on your roster, it's not easy. It's time consuming. And when you're partying with 30 chicks, when you're traveling all the world, dude, if you don't have a Richard Schaefer, if you don't have a fucking marketing genius, if you don't have storytellers and script writers to fucking build these arcs and promote and video blog and vlog all of these things and content for your fighter, you're not going to build these fucking machines like you were putting so much time and effort. Because again, you're going to want to party and, you know, the fruits of your labor, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Check
So
this out, guys. The fallout from check this out. No, listen. The fallout from the Virgil Ortiz versus Sergey Bohachuk conclusion continues. Just today's news, guys, on boxingnews24.com. These are just the titles of the most recent reports. Jeff Mayweather, famous trainer of Floyd Mayweather, his uncle, if I'm not mistaken. Mayweather claims Virgil Ortiz didn't deserve win over Bohachuk. We go on to another one. Crawford versus Ortiz Jr. and Stevenson versus Cepeda on the horizon, right? Okay, whatever. Tim Sue questions.
Whoa. That's great, actually. But keep going.
Yeah. But Tim Sue questions Virgil Ortiz's victory, suggests it was a draw or a Bohachuk won. Now, check this out. De La Hoya wants Crawford versus Ortiz Jr. despite controversial win. Now, why would that matter when now we have to read the last one, guys? Oh, wow. Check this out. This is the one that matters, guys. Turkey Ali Sheik calls Ortiz for his Bohachuk a draw, and he wants the rematch before Crawford fight. Wow.
I agree.
Now, but here's the thing, though. Turkey Ali Sheik had promised Virgil Ortiz that should he win, he was gonna get Crawford at that Turkey Ali Sheik has excellently multi-million dollars in the biggest event. That's exactly what Virgil Ortiz did. He won.
He
whether wait for
That's
whether you wait.
Question.
I understand that, but he won. You see what I'm saying? There is an official victory, and now what we're getting at here is that Turkey Ali Sheik is reneging. He's reneging on his promise that fight should take place because he sees it differently. See, he's
Good.
flaunting. He's
Remember,
flaunting.
this is why
Wait up.
it's dangerous
He's going
to do what you're
around.
doing right now.
Wait up. He's going around the sanctioning bodies. He's going around the judging that says that Virgil Ortiz did enough to win, and he's reneging on his promise. Now, this is what I'm trying to say, right? Turkey Ali Sheik
No, you
had
don't get
to
to
have
cop out.
Turkey. He's copping out.
You.
That's what I'm trying to.
Because you
Me?
said earlier, like 2 hours ago, that Turkey can do no wrong, and this is what I'm
I
trying
did
to
not
tell
say
you.
that. What the
When you
heck did I
talk
say?
Your Excellency, and listen, bro, listen.
I
He
never said
only-
that.
Yeah, dude,
You're wrong.
Listen, bro. Look, Turkey realized this. Had Virgil won, you pretty much get Bud Crawford. The reason why he wants to watch a rematch is because just like you and the rest of the world, they didn't really see Virgil winning. Tim Sue didn't really see Virgil winning. He said a draw at best or fucking oh boy Bohachuk being the winner. Basically, they're saying, hey, dude, you want Bud Crawford? I'm willing to give it to you, but you got to do what Angelo Leo did to Venado, and you didn't do that. In fact, I saw the champion, drop your ass twice. So I can't give you Bud Crawford because what I saw, you weren't deserving of it. That dude deserves an opportunity to get a rematch belt, not for you for unification. That's honorable. That's honorable because Turkey Ali Sheik, he might be reneging on that just sentence, but he's adjusting to changing circumstances. And that is, while Virgil did win officially, quote unquote, officially on paper, what he saw with his own eyes, oh, you lost, bro. You better rematch this
but
dude,
guys,
or else
weren't people saying the same thing about Virgil Terence Bud Crawford and Israel Madrimov? Wasn't the people saying the same thing about that? Wasn't it saying that it was actually a draw, and actually some people had Israel Madrimov having won?
Yes,
in fact, didn't you
absolutely.
name? In fact, didn't you say that Virgil?
Wait,
I'm talking. You just went up, bro.
No, but I gotta cut you off.
No. Wait. But didn't you actually title one of your last lives a robbery that Israel Madrimov won? So what I'm trying to get at is this, right? Turkey Ali Sheik, wait up. Turkey Ali Sheik only wants things done his way. Now let me ask you. From the position. Wait up. We don't know. We don't know. No. We don't know because he was willing to front the money between Virgil Ortiz and Terence Bud Crawford if Virgil Ortiz had won. But guess what? According to him, he didn't win, so he needs a rematch. And guess who's going to fund that? Do we know who's going to fund that? We don't know that yet.
Most
he
likely him.
We don't know that yet. Because let me ask you something.
If he's the one that wants it, if he's the one that's saying that he wants to draw, it's this. Time out. Let me talk to you. Going back to Bud Crawford and Madrimov. Yes, I had Madrimov winning that fight or being a draw. So he should have retained his titles. Turkey obviously feels the same way. Why? Because he reneged on making Canelo versus Bud Crawford. He was like, shit. Now I realize Bud stands no chance against Canelo. I'm not making that fight happen. So he
didn't say that. He didn't say that.
Wait. So he's being consistent and he's adapting to changing circumstances. Those circumstances is that Virgil and Bud, in this particular case, he doesn't want to see Virgil versus Bud because he didn't get past Bohachuk decisively, and he doesn't want to see Bud versus Canelo because he barely or not clear that he beat Madrimov. So again, he's much more interested in
he didn't say that.
If I'm gonna front the money and make the best fight the best, I gotta make damn sure that these guys are the fucking best. And Crawford, I don't know if you're the best.
Did he say that?
Virgil, I don't know if you're the best.
Dream, did he say that? Did Turkey Ali Sheik say that he's reconsidering Terence Bud Crawford versus Canelo fight because of the way that he's seen Terence Bud Crawford? No, he says he's moving past that because Canelo Saul Santos Alvarez Barragan as being an arrogant, undeserving fighter who doesn't want to take on the best fighters.
What did Canelo?
That's what he said.
What did Canelo say though? He said we can revisit that once I'm done with this fight. I'm focused on this fight.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, but what I'm saying that's not the excuse that Turkey said.
And having to think so much into the future when his future is already dedicated for the next 2 months for this dude. That's an honorable, respectable thing that Turkey Ali Sheik doesn't seem to grasp because like he was talking about earlier. He's got all this money, and I think Drew said, I don't take no for an answer. So like, yeah, dude. Like
Exactly.
at the end of the day, it's like, but hold on. But what I'm saying is, at least Turkey's being consistent on that aspect. I'm not gonna defend Turkey. I fucking see his shenanigans fucking from a desert mile away. You know what I'm saying? Shit. Now I'm just joking. I don't even know
No,
what I
but
talked
okay.
about.
So let me ask you something. Let me ask you, Dream. Let me
No,
ask you,
but
Dream,
you've seen it.
something. Yeah,
Go ahead.
but let me ask you, Dream. Okay, you're Virgil Ortiz, right? You just came. This is you, Virgil Ortiz, right now in the moment. It's 12:36 Pacific, right? And you just are recovering with the cuts under your brow, and under your eyelid. You have a busted up nose. You know your girlfriend or whatever is putting an ice bag over your face, right? All right,
No, she's
Vaseline
telling
over
me
your
to
brow.
end this live because you guys been going on for 3 hours and 30 minutes. Remember, StreamYard only gives me a little bit, like 20 hours of free time.
That sounds like a person. That sounds like a you problem, bro.
It
That's
is
it.
me,
We can
Paulo.
always go. We can always go live on mine. But what I'm trying to say is this: I want you to put yourself in a position, Dream. All right, you are recovering from a hellacious fight that a lot of people are now saying that you lost, right? And that Turkey Ali Sheikh is now demanding that in order for you to get the big buck, big fight, Terence Crawford matchup, that you would have to rematch this guy. Now, I want you to think about this. What would you do if you're this fighter? Where there's still no talk about who's gonna front the money. There's still no talk about why you should even take that. Do you admit that yes, Turkey Ali Sheikh is right? This is a draw, so let me run it again just because I want to kiss Turkey Ali Sheikh's butt to get the big money? Or do you say, look, I actually won, regardless of what you think. I think I did enough. Like I said after the post fight, and now I'm ready for the next guy. Why am I gonna fight a guy that's not gonna bring any kind of name value? That a fight was a great fight, and it may sell better the second time, right? Maybe it doesn't. But with all these questions that are still unanswered, do you let Turkey tell you how to dictate your career in order to kiss butt and hope that you take on Terence Bud Crawford and that he keeps his word? Or do you say, you know what? No, I won and I'm moving on.
I don't know. You want me to be in Virgil's shoes?
Yeah,
But
but thinking
I
about
rather
a fighter like you.
I'm like I don't know. Like I don't know about Virgil, bro. Like honestly, I was kind of trying to get at more who Turkey is as a promoter, and he's pretty much what would make Turkey a lot better at what he's trying to do is if you were to actually know boxing, if you were to know matchups, that
Yeah.
would make him a fucking powerful promoter, especially if you would know what a good fight, what good matchups look like. But I just feel like if I was Virgil, if I was Virgil, I would think to myself, nothing is guaranteed. Nothing, not even if I weigh in on like I just gotta focus on me weighing in. That's how that's how good Virgil's potential is. You know, I just gotta weigh in. Like that he was just a weigh in away, a couple weigh-ins away from being uh like one of the great like a top 10 pound for pound guy, bro, because he just fights like it, but he just can't weigh in. He keeps passing out. So how can I walk around confidently thinking that I'm gonna make weight for the next 5-10 years? You know, like, am I gonna make weight? Am I gonna continue fighting, depleting my body, even though I know that I'm struggling to make weight? Like, honestly, I'm gonna get as much as I can. I'm not gonna call it taking advantage of Turkey, but I do recognize that Turkey is making things happen that wouldn't happen
Okay.
before. But I would just think to myself, hey, uh, let's I gotta do to get this Terrence Crawford fight or a big money fight, you know. So I think just because he's gonna be a fan favorite because of his style. His style is gonna be appealing to the masses, or you know, to people who want to watch boxing. You know, they're gonna
Yeah.
think he's entertaining. So but at the same time, if I'm Virgil, I'm trying to get as much money as I can. I'm going for whatever outlandish things Turkey say. I'm gonna do it, you know, and then I'm gonna make sure I have financial stability for the rest of my life, type of thing.
So
And I'm
you
gonna look for
so
that. Yeah,
you
no,
do
it's
you
about
do bow the knee, right? Okay,
oh
so you
yeah.
genuflect.
Wow.
Okay, so look, Abner Ortega says, and this
Wow,
is
that's
good.
We don't have
crazy.
money. We
Wait,
don't
wait,
have
wait, wait,
money.
wait.
We don't have
Whoa,
money.
wait, 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 wait.
How
So
are we gonna think? How are you
going to think like you have to be rich already. You have to for I work too hard, bro. I'm tired. Like I want that money. Like I'm not trying to work forever.
Okay, so I guess from now on, we're just gonna have fighters thinking about the biggest purses instead of what
That's
will
why that's what
define their
Turkey's
No,
career,
doing. That's
define
what
with their
he's
Turkey.
career.
being
So
very
guess what?
he's being
So
That's
practical
now
and
the
realistic, bro.
age of the fighters that are trying
yes,
to build the age of the fighters, the days
yes.
of the fighters that are trying to make a name for themselves, league a legacy,
But
no longer
hold on,
exist. We
to
are
answer
now
your
going to be
question.
in the age of the money pursuing fighters. Okay, Abner
Whoa,
Ortega
whoa, whoa, whoa,
says,
whoa.
and this is
Let
very
Hold
good.
on,
Dream
hold
This
on.
reply
is
to that.
wait. Abner Ortega says, and
Uh,
this is a good thing, right? He says he would love to see a rematch versus Virgil and
we're
then
going to
Flacco.
10.
Okay, well there you go. That
We're
means
going
that
to 10.
not only does it make sense for Virgil Ortiz to want to see this fight, so in order to win, to get the big buku bucks, but also there is some natural demand to see a rematch. Homie Rick, let me ask you something. Would you like to see a rematch of that last night's fight? I think it's fair, especially since I do think Bohachuk lost. But here's the thing, homie Ricky. I'm against the immediate rematches. You know this. I'm famously against those type of rematches, especially if they're negotiated as part of the contract. I don't think this is. So the fact that there isn't, but they are willing to consider possibly just for the money, does say now as proof and evidence that Turki Ali Sheikh is an influential individual that can corrupt the decisions of others. Right now, let me ask you: do you want to see a rematch?
Man, you ask a question, then talk for like another 2 minutes, and then ask the same question. Yo, you agitated Drew that he had to take off, but I'm gonna roll it back
God,
to him though. Abner says basically what Drew is saying: win or lose, you take the money. The legacy comes with the fights. Absolutely,
hmm,
that's the best way to summarize all, what Drew was talking about. Like he works too damn hard. You're not coming from money, and so you fucking fight for it. Period. That's the ultimate prize. You want to solidify it, and I can see where Drew is talking about. I'm not gonna lie. For me, I'm a little arrogant, so it'll be very tough for me to bend the knee just because you're throwing some money. But if I can kill two birds with one stone, get the best tough fight while the best maximum money, well, that's what I'm in here in this fucking sport to do. Get the big bucks and be like make a legacy for myself. Make a long standing moment. I want that Andy Ruiz moment where I get the money, I get the exposure, I got the potential to upset Anthony Joshua and become a champion. I don't, that's what you want to do. Now, to answer your question, now I probably forgot what the question was, but
I
about the
think that
rematch.
was. I think you
No,
answered the
no, it
question.
was about the rematch. I do want to see
Oh,
a rematch.
okay.
In fact, I want to see rematches for both of those fights that happened just within a week or two ago. You know what I mean? Obviously,
Yeah,
Virgil can be the co-main event versus Sergey Bogachuk, and the main event can be Madrimov versus Bud Crawford. And then
yeah.
the winner can fight. The winner of those two fights fight one another. It's simple to me because I didn't see these guys decisively win. I didn't see Bud Crawford easily destroy Madrimov. What
Uh-huh.
the odds and the bookies were saying in fighting a guy that was a 10-0 prospect, but masquerading as a champion, like I didn't think Bud won. I thought it was a draw.
Hmm.
And I wanted Madrimov. He fought with great effort, with multiple game plans, and I thought he deserved to walk home with his belt. Same thing with Bohachuk. I thought Virgil was a great challenger, but Bohachuk dropped him twice, defended his throne properly, and I thought there was a robbery at stake. Was it a close fight? Sure. But again, what I've seen people cry about in the past, oh my God, Lomachenko beat Devin Haney. Lomachenko beat Devin Haney. Okay, I agree with you. But it was a close fight. People are like, no, it wasn't close. What I saw yesterday, then, by that same metric, Bohachuk versus Virgil was not a close fight. If we're going
It
to
was a
compare the
win.
same Devin versus Loma and that criteria, well, imagine what fucking Bohachuk did in dropping Virgil twice and
Yeah.
winning at what I saw 7 rounds. So then that fight isn't close at all by any metrics. You see what I'm saying? And I don't know. I just find it very interesting. So if do I want to see a rematch? Dude, it was a great, entertaining fight.
Yeah.
Bullshit aside, politics, opinion, anything. Just an outsider looking in. That was an amazing fight from both fighters. Virgil Ortiz, even though, like I said before, it's not, I'm not the biggest fan of him, nor am I a huge proponent that he's the next big thing, because I know his flaws. And finally, people are realizing what I was talking about. But what I'm saying is this: I like Virgil as a fighter. Like his effort and that dog mentality that he has when he gets hurt or wobbled or dropped and he comes back even much more ferocious. I love seeing that, because that's what I would love a lot of fighters to do. Like that right there popularizes the sport. Don't matter if you have 10 million followers, 10,000 followers, 1,000 followers, or 10 followers. That effort right there, to me, I will always recognize that and appreciate that. I don't care if you're flawed. I don't care if they're knocking the
So
block
let me
off you.
counter that.
If
Let
you
me counter
keep
that.
getting back up and you're
That
giving that type of valiant effort, I'll be a fucking fan. So I'll always
four
watch Virgil's
minutes,
fights.
4 minutes, 37 seconds.
It
But yet
doesn't matter.
you,
This is my fucking
wait
life.
up, 4 minutes and 37 seconds. Even though you complain about me taking up minutes in order to ask a question, right?
I hopped off for 2
I'm just trying.
hours to let you and
That's
me
fine.
talk.
That's fine. We took over
I
your
hopped
show.
off
We
for
held
two
it.
hours.
The way that you should say is that we did your job in reporting and keeping engagement up while you just did it. Whatever the heck you did, we were growing your channel instead of being in the grateful. You remind me a lot of Terrence Bud Crawford. So here's the thing, right? Two things. All right, a couple of things,
Uh,
right? A couple of things. I am a a a a, a a person that's completely against rematches. I say rematches as an extreme person against rematches. I say rematches only in the case of draws, right? This was not a draw, right? Now, outside of that, I always say rematches never as an immediate rematch clause. Now, as far as I'm concerned, these fights were not immediate rematch claused, right? That's great. And so that x's out one of the criterias. It overcomes it. It bypasses it. So there is another thing going for it, which is the natural demand for it. It's the natural demand for this fight. Abner Mares, you, and in fact me, would go for it. Now that scratches off another criteria, right? Which is there natural fan demand to see this fight? Yes. On a rematch? Yes. So we're getting that. Two, is there a rematch clause? An immediate rematch clause? It wasn't. So those two things out the way. Now we can just focus on the fact that it does make sense not only to have this rematch because people do think there was some controversy, people are interested in watching the fight, and because it would lead to the biggest fight for Virgil Ortiz in this case. I don't understand why Turkey Alishi cannot extend the same offer to Sergey Bohachuk and say, if you win, you take on the Terrence Bud Crawford, whatever. I think that's a double standard, right? Because what should matter to him is that the biggest fights, the biggest champions win, and that would mean Terrence Bud Crawford versus whoever comes out on top, right? So I have no issues with that, but I will retort and respond against the other thing that you said. And Abner is also pointing it out. He says, win or lose, you take the money. The legacy comes with the fights. Once you take punches for a living, you need the biggest bang for buck. Boxers of this area forgot. Boxers of this area forget you are a professional to make money, not to keep an unbeaten record. Yes, the unbeaten record and to make money are two different things. Abner, because in fact a lot of the impression of these fighters is that the way to make money is to keep your unbeaten record, right? So if and for the most part, look at what Turkey is doing, right? He wants all of these fighters with the unbeaten records to test themselves in order for the biggest buck. That's why we had Jared Anderson lose. See, this is what I'm trying to get at. When you have fighters that are doing it only for the big money, you're going to have fighters like Jared Anderson, who people that were in the know were saying he's going to lose because he wasn't ready. They're stepping these fighters up when they're not ready. Now, you can blame Jared Anderson and say, well, that's your fault for not having tested yourself harder. I get that. But regardless, the managers, their trainers, the guys that are taking these guys to all these sparring camps, those guys know where their fighter is at. And if they're moving him in a certain way, like Ruben Villa was moved recently, they're moving him because of the stuff that they see or do not see in their development, right? So you don't want to replace a Jared Anderson, who some people are saying if he ever takes another fight like this and loses, that might be the end of his career, because the degree of the defeat that he took on and the way that he was supposed to be chinny was substantial. These kind of fighters are now risking everything, including not taking on the fights because of a premature retirement should they continue to test themselves that hard. You see, Jared Anderson, according to some experts, cannot afford to lose that way again because his career would be over. Jared Anderson, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think he's 25 years of age. Did he make buku money? Yes. Is he going to leave a legacy? Not if he loses like that again. And let me just counter that even furthermore, homie. One of the most famous fighters that has left a legacy, a shoe-in Hall of Famer, Marquez, Juan Manuel Marquez, he's not been famous for making buku dollars. But yet his legacy, his contribution to the sport of boxing is incredible. Everybody knows him. Everybody loves him. He got paid well, but he never made the buku bucks. And that's one of the reasons why people insinuate that he is jealous of Canelo, because he's making the money, taking on lower competition according to him. So what I'm trying to say is this: if we continue to maneuver exclusively for the money, we will no longer see a legacy fighter. I must have just dropped a nuke on the homie Ricky because he went mum. Admiral Ortega says Anderson could have ended in the same place at top.
Well, let me
Ray
ask
stepped
you
him up
this.
for less money.
No,
Yeah,
I listen to
absolutely,
you.
absolutely, Abner. But you're right. So what I'm trying to say, look, if you don't develop these guys the right way, yes, Anderson could have lost to just a random Joe Schmo, right? For less money. Absolutely. We just saw that with Ruben Villa losing to the Tawada or whatever it is, right? Because you're not moving him correctly. But in the case of Ruben, he was the favorite. He was like the 7-1 favorite. In the case of
He
Jared
was
Anderson versus
16-1 favorite.
16-1 favorite, yeah. In the case of Jared Anderson versus Martin McCauley, it was a 50-50. Not to the Americans, because to the Americans, of course, Jared Anderson is the biggest name to come out of the United States, and he's going to represent the United States. You know what the news of the day is? That America doesn't have any standout notable heavyweights. And now that Jared Anderson has been exposed, American heavyweight boxing is dead. This
Richard
is what
Torres.
happened. Yeah, but nobody's saying that about Richard.
No,
Because they know that
when
there's
they say
Jalala.
American,
Because they say there's
check this
Jalala.
out. It's because when they say American, they're just talking about black.
I understand
And
that.
it's
I
just
understand
like,
that.
bro, you know, America is more than just white and black people, right? Like, dude, like, what are we talking about? That's the biggest thing. It's like, nah, man. It's like, all right, dude. Like, okay. And here's another fucking thing. A lot of people writing those articles are diehard boxing fans. Who cares?
You sound like Oscar de la Hoya. Who cares?
Check this out. They're the same people that are talking about, oh, Americans are so Eurocentric. All they care is about America. There's bigger. But yeah, they're the first ones. America don't have a heavyweight champion. And then here's another thing. Ring IQ said the same bullshit, bro. And I'm just like, also, diehard boxing fan, Jared Anderson lost. He didn't get put on a stretcher. He didn't quit. He's not retired. He can bounce back. So are we equating now to America no longer has an American heavyweight because you have one loss? Are we equating it because not only did you have one loss, you get what I'm saying? He has to be black? Bro, these same diehard fans always bring up these topics, bro. You know what I mean? They always criticize for Americans being so like Americentric and like, oh, dude, expand your horizons. I'm so fucking global. I can pick the litter from the rest of the world. It's not just about me, red, white, and blue. Yet they're the ones that immediately write those same fucking articles. It's so fucking infuriating, dude. Listen, yes, Jared Anderson lost. Yes, Jared Anderson got fucking knocked out. So what? He kept getting back up. In fact, I didn't even know Jared Anderson was capable of doing that. I thought this dude was trying to be a pretty boy, always, as you guys like to call it, which is fucking hilarious, back foot bitching and trying to be slick and a pretty boy. Dude, this dude showed me that he can take some punches, get back up, and then, hey, fuck it. I'm gonna be all right. We gotta go back to the drawing board and I'll bounce back. Now the grind begins all over
Yeah.
again. And it's
Yeah.
okay. One loss don't dictate your career. Look at Joshua. Yeah, he lost to Andy Ruiz. Did the UK no longer have another heavyweight? What about when Tyson Fury lost to the Usyk? Oh, does UK no longer have a big name heavyweight? No, bro. In fact,
Yeah.
it's not over until, hey, I hang it up. I made my money, or boxing retired me. Whatever the case may be. I hate those narratives. Bro, Jared Anderson will be okay. Was he supposed to be the next Floyd Mayweather or Mike Tyson? He never was. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
but
So
for
why are we
heavyweight, he
putting
was
so much
supposed to be the
pressure?
guy.
And here's another thing. Why are we putting so much pressure on Americans to dominate the sport of boxing every single time? Like, it's okay if other countries have their talent and they have their period of domination, bro. It's fantastic. It's cool.
Well,
You know what I'm saying?
well, homie, it's because we want to make America great again, right? That's the same thing that that Turkey. No,
Yeah,
really,
sure, I guess.
we want ourselves to be the best. But of course that
Insanely
clouds
good.
our judgment, are
Insanely good.
arrogant. And now you're right. You made some great points. We are discounting fighters simply off of one loss. What I'm trying to get at is, homie Ricky, is this: this loss might repeat itself if Jared Anderson or any fighter really who's underdeveloped and not ready for these step up fights because of whatever you want to say, maybe the management, maybe they're not good enough, whatever, they decide to take on fights solely because of the money. Right. And that's what I'm saying. If you start taking on fights that you're going to lose solely because of the money, you will not leave a legacy. The legacy is come not from the fighters that you take on. There is a niche for that. There are fighters like, let's say, I don't know, Gabe Rosado, one of my favorites, or Derek Chisora, one of my other favorites, who continue to lose, and their legacy is they will take on all of the toughest fighters at any given moment. That is their
Absolutely.
legacy, but they are not going to be known for being Hall of Famer dominant fighters, right?
Fuck that.
I would wait up. I would wager to say they won't make it because of their losses. Right?
Bro.
I would wager to say they should have a spot because of taking on the toughest
Absolutely.
fights.
Let's make an honorary section for the amazing journeymen like Gabe Rosado and Derek Chisora, and honor them and let them know that, dude, there is a place for you. And where's the other Darnell Boone that dropped Andre Ward and dropped Sergey Kovalev? There are rooms for you guys. You know, it is not just to boost her up and give an eye test to the investors and the promoters that if they can beat you, you are tough enough or you're the goods. No, bro.
Yeah, but you know what, homie Ricky?
Maybe not in the Hall of Fame, but they can be like, hey, honorary mention, Derek Chisora and Gabriel Rosado. Why? Because these dudes didn't have the political connections, and time after, they gave these tough-ass fighters a good run for their money. Like, they look, let's say I'm Gabriel Rosado, right? And Derek, and a lot of people go watch that Triple G fight because it was a bloody mess, bro. It was bloody. Like, you almost think to yourself, like, oh my goodness, bro, how much, like, you're mesmerized by Triple G because like how fucking physically imposing he is. But then you think to yourself, hold up, Gabriel Rosado has so much fucking heart. What is this dude made out of? Big ass fucking 3-inch cut in his eye, fucking so thick, like. Bro, his clothes is like, oh my goodness, bro. When is like, talk about a never die attitude. That's what boxing is like, dude. What? You're like,
wow. I made one of the biggest disappointments.
God,
one of my biggest
interrupt people. When
no, you're great. Wait. Well, what I was gonna say, one of the biggest disappointments that I have with YouTube and Instagram is that when Gabe Rosado retired, because I agree, in a better world, homie Ricky, these guys would get their shine. Not because of the wins or political manipulation, the favoritism and other stuff, but it's because of how they fought, right? Yeah. Their entertainment factor. Gabe Rosado, when he retired, I made a tribute video, maybe 3 minutes long, man. I held up, I told a story, I told a history, a brief rundown. I showed clips, I video footage, I put all these editing things. It was one of my initial video in tribute of this fighter, Gabe Rosado, and they struck it down. They struck it down because some kind of organization had rights to this thing, and they struck me down and they banned me from posting videos for like a week or two. I couldn't let the world know how much respect I have for fighters like Gabe Rosado. And I hate it, and I still resent YouTube. And I don't think I had Instagram then, but I resented YouTube for having me robbed of the opportunity to leave some words of appreciation for a fighter like Gabe, right? Gabriel Rosado. And it hurts me, it irks me that there would be people that would rob these guys of a notable mention. Forget an honorary thing. Just give them a Hall of Fame pass because of what they've done, how they've done it, for how you could never count them out. But you know what? The exceptionalism of triumph and dominance is what's going to take these guys out of such roles and fill them up there with men probably less deserving than them, right? Because they have had the machine, they've had the favorable outcomes, they have had all the advantages, right? We won't get that. We won't get that, homie Ricky. And what I'm trying to say is this. I know what you said is true about Jared Anderson being discounted for only having lost one fight. Let's give these guys a redemption. I am all for that. I am a big believer in the underdogs. I am a big believer, a proponent for people getting up out of a loss, picking themselves up by the bootstrap and giving it a go again. But Jared Anderson, the way he lost, it looked like he was never meant to be in that spot. Like he was never qualified to even take on a Bacoli. And who is Bacoli? Bacoli was a C-class fighter that now proved himself to be a B-class fighter, and he wasn't able to beat that guy, even though he represented something grander to the world of American boxing. He represented the American heavyweight future. And now, because of that one loss, a lot of people do think that America has no prospects. Again, another semblance of ignorance on the American imagination to think of fighters like Richard Torres Jr., to think of these other up-and-coming fighters that don't get the name recognition because we peg it out to one fighter that we think he comes from Ohio, and we know Ohio has a history of Olympians and great fighters, and because he's black, and some of the best heavyweight fighters, especially coming from America, have been black. We lack the imagination to think past the color divide, to think past that one loss and you're done. But you know what? I do agree, homie Ricky. Jared Anderson, he was exposed. Jared Anderson left a formula for how to beat him, and the next guy can exploit that. Homie Ricky,
Man,
these
for
are
the
very
last 10
interesting
minutes, you just
conversations.
repeated the same exact thing that I just said. Wow.
And you just robbed me of the opportunity to say good things about both of these guys. Homie Ricky, man. All right, you know what? It's been fun. We could do it every day forever, man. But I know you want to keep your hours. Next time you want to go live, homie Ricky, just let me know. I've already paid for a StreamYard, so we can always go on my thing. Don't worry about your hours. We can always go. Abner says, I like Gabe, a Hall of Fame is for legends. Yup. We were just insinuating that there might be another reason, another way to reach that legendary acclaim, not necessarily off of wins or accomplishments, but just of. I mean, come on, Abner.
No. So
If
basically,
the
what I was
Rocky,
saying, though,
a fictional character, can make Hall of Fame, Gabe could do it. But Cody
no, but
only
what I
has
was
one loss
saying
because of
was
a hurt
just an
shoulder.
honorary mention. Not saying that he deserves to be, because I'm not just trying to hand out participation trophies and just be like, oh, well, dude, you. No, but I'm just saying I'm going to honor them for their sacrifice of continuously fighting back to back. Like, dude, this dude fought Jermell, then Jamal, then Gennady Golovkin, then fucking like all of these dudes in a like consecutive order. And it was just like, bro, talk about the destruction of a career, of just understanding what this dude is in his role. And basically, like, if the whole purpose of every single fighter in the sport of boxing is to make them a career, right? Absolutely, the People's Hall of Fame. So
Yeah,
in the destruction, if you're trying to show, and every single person that turns pro, if we all have the mindset, everybody has the potential to be a millionaire or a champion, then you don't build a career like Gabe Rosado. Like, talk about like Jermell Charlo, J Rock, Erislandy Lara, all of these dudes that he had to fight almost back to back. Bro, almost damn near every single fighter would lose like that. You know what I mean? Did Gabe Rosado ever have any soft touches? Probably. I don't know. I would have to look at his resume, and it'd probably be no. You know what I mean? And a lot of fighters that are champions that had to fight that type of resume, they would lose back to back. You see what I'm saying? So I'm just saying that sometimes you have a look, sometimes there's a market for you, and sometimes it pays to have a manager or a promoter that can get you those ties so you can have the path of least resistance and build a career. Unfortunately for Gabe Rosado, these promoters and scouters understand who he is and realize that we won't be able to make this guy the next big Puerto Rican star, but we can still make him have a career by putting him in harm's way. You know what I mean? Like, that's a crazy ass way to look at it. If I'm telling you, if we give every fighter the potential when they turn pro, oh, this dude can make it. This dude, you know. But let me just read you a couple of names back to back. Rosado has a record of 26 wins and 17 losses. Okay, so that's a total of 43 fights and 1 draw. That's 44 total fights. Okay. Let's start when he starts losing. So he lost early in his career and is basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He lost in his 6th bout and his 8th bout. He picks up a couple of wins, then loses to Fernando Guerrero, and then Angulo, Perro Angulo. All right. Alfredo Angulo. So he's fought Alfredo Angulo. His goal key. He beats Jesus Sotocaraz, knocks out Powell, Charles Whitaker, guys with winning records. Let's look at right here. This is when all of these back-to-back fights happen that are very tough. Gennady Golovkin stopped in 7th round. Jay Leon Love was 15-0, no contest. Peter Quillen, TKO, 29-0. Jermell Charlo, these are back-to-back, by the way. Jermell Charlo, 22-0. Next, David Lemieux. Next, Claudy, right? And then he has those couple of wins. Then he fights Willie Monroe, gets outboxed. Martin Murray, 34-4. Glenn Tapia, 23-4, right? He beats Glenn Tapia. Luis Arias was a draw. Then Sulecki, 27-1. Daniel Jacobs, 36-3. He knocks out Bektemir Melikuziev 7-0, right? Then Jaime Munguia, Shane Mosley Jr., Ali Akhmedov 18-1. That was Triple G's fighter. And then Bektemir Melikuziev 11-1. A lot of fighters in those contexts would lose. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you are the goods,
Oh yeah, absolutely.
if you are the goods, Timothy Bradley has a relatively similar resume, and he had to earn it the hard way with back-to-back tough-ass fucking fights where he didn't have the right to cherry pick, and he withstood all that. But guess what? Bradley didn't have 44 fights. He only had 36. But let's look at Bradley's. I'm just letting you guys know how difficult it is to go through that route. So all of these fighters are pretty good. They all have winning records. Let's go with Miguel Vasquez. I think that's that. Is that the Miguel Vasquez that fought Canelo twice? Yup. He fought Miguel Vasquez, 18-1. Then Junior Waiter, 36-1. Edner Cherry, 24-5. Kendall Holt, 25-2. Nate Campbell, 33-5. Lamont Peterson, 27-0. Luis Carlos Abregu, 29-0. Devin Alexander, 21-0. Joel Casamayor, 38-5. Manny Pacquiao, 54-3. Ruslan Provanikov, 22-1. Marquez, Pacquiao, Diego Chavez, like, bro, it's like there's some fighters that have to get it the fucking hard way, bro. And where they don't have the right to cherry pick and make fighters move up and be a media darling like Canelo Alvarez. Gabe Rosado, he looks like he looks like your everyday rapper. Chains, tattoos, got a deep voice, sleeves, you know what I mean? He looks like he would be a freaking superstar. But when you don't build his resume and it's a tough like Timothy Bradley's resume, dude, your career is shortened. So I'm not saying Gabe Rosado couldn't have beaten Jermell Charlo or Jamal. What I'm going to tell you is he ain't going to beat him if you put him back-to-back after fucking Gennady Golovkin. So Jared Anderson, right? So he gets beat by Martin Bakole. Martin Bakole also beat a gold medalist in France, Tony Yoka. He's only lost one time to Michael Hunter. So it's not like, I don't know why people are pressing the panic button and dismissing Jared Anderson like Martin Bakole is just a fucking stray, a nobody. No, dude, this is a dude that is really big. For heavyweight, he has extremely heavy hands and heavyweight power. On top of that, like the dude, Jared Anderson hit him with a bunch of fucking punches, rocking the fuck out of him. But the dude is so like 60 pounds and much more massive than him that he would just like, this is lunch and dinner for me. Douche, douche, uppercuts. And it was combination and hand speed. I don't know about you. To your point, maybe Jared Anderson didn't deserve to be in that fight relatively quick because, you know, he struggled with Charles Prince Martin. But I was impressed when I was like, all right, dude, what you're doing with the Crunk Gym trainer, Sugar Hill, I actually saw promising results that could potentially lead to be better. I'm not saying by stalking him. I'm just saying he's got some stuff going for him. You know what I mean? Same thing with Virgil. I'm not gonna buy stock in him, but he showed a lot of great things that I'm like, just, if I'm not trying to critique him and put him on this pound for pound list, excluding that, just an outsider looking in, bro, I was impressed by everything that I just saw basically the past month. So again, I just don't like how like people are so dismissive, and you know, sometimes I get to a fault to it where I'm like, oh, I told you so. But it's just like same thing with Virgil. Like I saw the signs with his health, the inactivity. He's gonna struggle with Bohachuk. I don't think he'll beat Bohachuk. Like I thought that's what I was going in with. You know what I mean? Like I understand Virgil's going to struggle, so I knew that. But again, Virgil has that dog, bro. That dog, I don't really see that in a lot of fighting spirits. And I didn't think I was going to see that with Virgil in this fight because he hasn't been in a real fight since possibly Mean Machine. And again, how I started this video is probably how I'm going to end it. He didn't Mean Machine. I'm not saying that he's not a good fighter. I know that he's an Olympian and he knocked down Terrence Bud Crawford, but Mean Machine doesn't hold that much weight in the sport of boxing. Like, where's he at now? Is he an ex-champion? Has he ever been a champion? X, Y, and Z. So if that's your toughest fight, Virgil, Bohachuk and the way he beat Brian Mendoza, I don't know, man. I'm kind of nervous for you, bro. Like this dude, I know they have you as a favorite. Everyone's picking you to knock him out because Brandon Adams knocked him out. But if you guys watch this was I was really impressed with Virgil's effort in this fight. Given that context, how you talked about his speed like 2 hours ago, because of that, Rick, he hasn't fought as active with tough fights. For him to do what he did, that was impressive. Honestly, I didn't really look at it like that. But
that's the way I see it.
Sometimes, again, you just got to pause yourself and just be like, that was amazing. That was awesome.
Yeah,
but man.
That's the way I see it. Well, me, Ricky, it's been fun, bro.
Yeah, it's been great. Educational. It's always thought provoking for sure. You know what I mean? And you know, hey, you like Turkey Al Sheik. It's okay. Like I'm not saying because of him we didn't get Usyk. We wouldn't have gotten Usyk and Tyson Fury in such a fast time that we got that fight. And to that point, Bivol and Beterbiev. You know what I mean? Again, because if it's not him putting up this money, we don't get those fights. Yeah. But he's not against the shenanigans. He's all for it. You know what I mean? Because again, what he's trying to establish, you have to play the game. You know what I mean? To get along with all of these power brokers and these boxers that want so inflated purses. But I've seen this story told before. It happened with PBC. They try to do right by the fighter, overpaying them, the path of least resistance, but that wasn't building a sustainable brand. And they kept losing money. Turkey probably has an influx of money, so much that he's, you know, to Adi Medi's point, he might just get bored and move on to the next business venture. But whatever happened to the rumor that Golden Boy wanted to sell, you know, Oscar the Lawyer wanted to sell Golden Boy. Bob Arum was looking for a suitor for Top Rank. I thought Turkey was supposed to come in here and buy all these promotional companies. Is that still the big play? Is he getting his feet wet, trying to team up and pick the brain of Eddie Hearn, Bob Arum, Oscar the Lawyer, just to see who he wants to hire between them? And then, like the Mexican G was talking about, he's trying to poach all of these fighters so he can take them over to Saudi Arabia. Is he trying to do that? That could be a big play.
And I hope not, because then that would actually stall the sport even more so.
Why? It would be a UFC. One person organizing and running the whole shebang.
It would be a monopoly. It would be a monopoly. A monopoly where if you want to watch fights, he can charge. He can charge every single fight. He's been doing that. He would we still get a lot of fights that aren't for pay-per-view, homie Ricky. The only reason for that, everything in Matchroom. I watch a lot of fights on Matchroom that are not pay-per-view. You just only watch the big ones.
Are you paying for
Oh,
the zone?
come
Is it
on,
on
man.
local
You know the
channels?
technicality. You know the
No,
technicality
no, you're
behind it.
paying for
You
the
know the
video games.
technicality. You
You're
know the
paying for a
technicality.
subscription base.
You know the technicality. Then in that case,
Ah,
everything is pay-per-view, buddy. Listen, it's been fun.
exactly.
It's been fun. I'm probably gonna go weld some parts onto a car, trying to restore some mold. It's a beautiful day. Nobody here wants to have some fun, so I guess I'm just gonna go back to work. It's been fun. If you ever want to talk about boxing, let's do it again. But I guess we can agree. Virgil Ortiz, in my opinion, looked as good as you can look against a guy who became a champion on the vacancy, having been in Brian Mendoza, and we know the potential of Brian Mendoza. We know that this fighter, Virgil Ortiz, the Texan, was coming down from 160. Never really having fought at 154 against a true 154 fighter. He went all 12 rounds. He started to lose some steam around the ninth, maybe 10th. Um, and yeah, he was showing signs of getting tired, but he was still high output, high power punch. He didn't look like he won, but he still looked capable. And in my opinion, having fought only two fights in the past 2 years and one of them a one rounder, I think that's very impressive, right? Um, Lopez, knockout of the year, upset of the year, likely not, because we knew that Angelo Leo was capable, but incredible knockout from Angelo Leo. Incredible performance from a fighter that's now signed to a small promotion that's making big moves in pro box. And there was other fights that we didn't even address just because these two fights really stood out. This was one of the best, incredible fight weekends that didn't come at an extra incentive to pay. I was quite happy, and I hope we get something like that soon enough, homie Ricky. Just to read off Abner's last message, he says, "I'm expecting at least some entertaining rounds with Berlanga, as long as he doesn't start running like Charlo, and I'm okay with him getting his payday and his ass whooping." Yeah, well, you know, no big deal. He did climb up the ranks. At least they position him to be his Canelo Saul Santos Alvarez Barragan's mandatory for that weight. I know that one of the sanctioning bodies is stripping Canelo, so it won't be for undisputed. I think that's the IBF that's stripping him because he didn't fight William Mascol, the German Cuban. Hey, it happens, right? But I don't discount Berlanga. Canelo has looked mediocre. At 168, his power seems to be waning. He hasn't had any knockout stoppages in a long time. Even against a fighter that was taking all of his punches, and John Ryder in Mexico in front of 50,000 people, he
No,
wasn't
he
able to
just
do that.
knocked out Patty McGrory.
Yeah, who?
Berlanga.
Yeah, no, no, no. I'm talking about Canelo. Canelo hasn't looked spectacular, a knockout artist, for a while now,
He looked
right? So
amazing against Jaime Munguia
he didn't knock him out. Is what I'm saying. Knockout,
because he
right?
showed compassion.
A lot of people are saying that Berlanga is going to be an easy knockout. Some don't even give him 6 rounds. I'm saying Canelo may be overrated at knocking people out right now. He hasn't been doing so in the past 2 or 3 fights. So
So hence why he gets Berlanga.
yeah. Well, doesn't mean he's going to knock him out. Is what I'm saying.
He will.
Berlanga
It's
can.
gonna be a good fight, but he's gonna knock out Berlanga.
Can I quote you on that?
Yeah, I mean, you want to bet, lose money, guys.
No, no, no. I don't want to bet. I don't want to bet. But what I'm
But
saying
yeah,
is, look.
man. Yeah, I think Berlanga. I don't. To your point, Abner, I don't think that Berlanga is going to run the way Jermel Charlo.
No.
I think Edgar is going to try to test the water. It depends. He might be very cautious early and not open up, so it might look like a Chavez Jr. fight with Canelo. Or he tests the water early. I would like for Edgar Berlanga to go out there, no respect towards Canelo,
Yep.
bombs away. I know it's stupid, but I would rather get knocked out in Canelo by 3 rounds like James Kirkland and suffer a late beatdown like Caleb Plant. Even though that was an amazing fight, I don't want to get little damage as the rounds go, little by little by little. Like, fuck no. Let me just make this shit a 1 round fucking Tommy the Hitman Hearns versus Marvin Hagler. And if I gas out, I gas out.
Yeah.
I can be like, hey, I gave Canelo a fucking bloody eye and a bloody nose. that I can live with that if I'm Edgar Berlanga, because again, no one's expecting Berlanga to do much. So imagine if he's able to, I don't know, land an uppercut or a liver shot. Canelo goes down a little bit, but I get knocked out in 2 rounds. Like I'll be like, dude, I dropped down this fucking King of Mexico type of shit. I don't know. That's the way I would
Yeah.
approach it if I'm Edgar Berlanga. I know that I'm not better than Triple G, than Floyd Mayweather, so I'm not going to be able to outbox this guy. You know, he's got like triple the experience of me at the highest level. So,
Yep.
but I want to show the world that even kings can bleed. And that's what I'm going to go out there and do if I'm Edgar Berlanga. Keep it nice and short, sweet, collect the 3-5 million, get a highlight reel like, hey, I dropped Canelo. And that'll always be on my timestamp when I'm trying to sell me to an audience. Boom, I can live with that, you know? I don't know. It would be interesting. You'd be like, oh shit, that actually happened. But yeah, guys, look, on that note, man, happy Sunday. Abner, all of you guys, the Mexican G, ID Medi, Speed, Dream, all of you guys that came in and tuned in, man. This is why we do it. Even though we're not as
Yep.
active as we should, man, I always have a blast reading these comments. I'm over here at work cracking and laughing my ass off, man. But look, guys, yeah, man. You got any closing words?
Good even fall, guys. Enjoy your day. I love you all. And peace out.
Later, guys.